What's good? How's it going? Uh-huh. Let's chat. I see two people talking, but I don't really know about what. Oh, right. I forgot to share stream. Whoopsies. Hello, Natsuo Onigiri. Natsuo Onigiri. In-law. Oh, I didn't. I kind of dropped off on it. I need to actually, pay attention and, watch it. But I have seen Shinjimaru's Bankai because I watch clips. And I visit the Bleach subreddit. All right, Blue Sky. Well, no, not Ichimonji. Wait, did that happen in the new episode? Hang on. I know he got Senjimaru's Bankai. Because Ichimonji is Ichibe's. Oh, we did. Hang on. Oh, cool. Hi, Chornon, Law, Good Old Days, Impero. It's honestly not that long, especially compared to other Bankai names. Like, there's Crimson Princess of the Gates of Aslofoscata. Hello, Solar Knight. Stuff, you know? Alright, okay, I do have to actually share the stream. I was getting fucking distracted with. Uh-huh. Yeah. Well, the Shikai cuts names in half. So with each strike, the black ink, you lose half power. Blah blah blah. You can eventually remove all power. It's Bankai Wado Ichimonji is white ink. It lets him rename things. So instead of just being fucking Yuha, he's an ant. Yeah. And one of the things about his Bankai, not necessarily with his Bankai, but whatever in the world Ichibe is, if you say his name, man, without his permission, it can crush your throat, remove your voice. Cool, you've been playing more Password, Gilded Archer. Also, hello, Gilded Archer. When I want to see if I can fucking watch the fucking Bleach clip real quick before, really do have to start stream. I need to share this real fast. Fucking ads, man. Okay, on day 14. Okay, watch the Bleach clip. Well, we're talking about because I didn't even think, what? Oh, Daddy's cards. Getting something in October. Infernity. Someone posted for a discussion. Oh. Don't say Dad or Folly LaFore. His argument. Anything. Yeah, who are we talking about? Hello, Choron. Who's Bob Carter? Oh, yeah. Kinda. But with Muzan, it's more of like a paranoia thing. With Ichibei, it's more of like we aren't quite sure what he is. Because he's like as old as Soul Society. Yeah, basically as old as Soul Society and the current known like existence of the universes. So he's not like a normal creature. He's also immortal. So, yeah. Oh, cool. That's who Bob Carter is. I do have to actually start streaming password. Not necessarily Ichibei's fault. Not necessarily anyone who's still alive's fault. But, yeah, they totally just watched things happen that they probably should have stopped. Yeah, oh man, they might not actually be covering Can't Fear Your Own World, since they are adding a lot of new content in the second and the third and fourth cores. Like, we're already getting a lot of new content in the second core, which is like more Squad Zero content. We got Shinjamaru's Bankai. I'm gonna assume that it's at least like semi-canon, because Kubo, we can fucking know for a fact that Kubo helped him with this shit, so, you know. Yeah, fucking... I forget the name of that. Just sealing technique. Oh yeah, I haven't caught up with Password or Akino. Oh, did you know Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal is like entirely for free on YouTube? Oh, okay, that's where we're. Futen Taisatsurio. So into P. Yeah, it doesn't get weird. Yeah, and it's great. I like it being on YouTube. Gives me something to like fucking listen to in the background. And it's dubbed too. Vincent continued on, and Razzo started eating his cereal while I grabbed a piece of toast. Doing without coffee? Doing without coffee today. That's unlike you. Huh? Oh, you're right. Pouring myself a mug from the pot on the table, I had sugar and milk and passed it to me carefully from Orlando. Thanks. Sure, no problem. Oh god, what's got these guys so fucked up? Yeah, okay. Caught Sal nudging Dean, who seemed to pick up that he was meant to do something. Oh, right. Yeah, that's true. They might not. Making new models and stuff for Brave Souls is a pain. Oh yeah. What is it? You can watch all of Total Drama, like The Islands, all that series on YouTube. And Totally Spies. That's two things I know are for free on YouTube in their entirety. And Soul Eater. The Soul Eater anime. And Hellsing, the original Hellsing anime. Alright. Orlando, how are you holding up? Good? He knows Orlando. Oh, then could he better? I'll be fine, I think. You sure? Don't need, I don't know, something to help things along? A talk? A distraction? I sank in my chair. Part of me felt that this was just for show, or to highlight where I was failing. What? Like, is Sonic X still free on YouTube? Well, I talked to Sal about the stuff you said last. I talked to Sal about the stuff last night. But if we've got a plan for something to do later, I'm interested in keeping my mind busy. Good. How about we round up some people and just, I don't know, maybe we can bust out a big game that we can all play. Yeah, I think I'd like that. Oh. Oh, really? Different sound effects in Japanese and American. That's kind of weird. I suppose that's for like the minor censorship edits 4Kids made, but I don't know. They continued talking, and Orlando's spirits seemed to pick up. Turning my attention to Haas and Tyson, they seemed to already be talking about something. No, they're clearly just trying to convince Dave to, like, not be so fucking depressed without, like, framing it through Dave by asking him, hey, you want to play a game? I'm telling you, you're picking one. I'm telling you, you're picking one today. If you're lucky. What are you two talking about? Nothing important. Nothing important? Jeez, you have a long way to go. It's just, whatever you call it. I don't even have a favorite show yet, and you're asking me to pick a favorite character from everything you've watched. Which is a very important step in the process, big dog. I don't think you should call him that, Hoss. Why not? Tyson looked at me funny, somewhat confused. It's fine. What? But you and felt confused. He tore into me for bringing it up, but days later, Hoss was getting away with the same thing with no problem. Didn't feel fair. It's not like I'm fucking thrilled over it. Just fucking damn it. Just putting up with it for your sake. But, well, I wore him down, I guess. All about that give and take, right? Oh man, I'm honestly eating popcorn, chat, and it's like really weird, consistent, I don't know, mouthfeel? That's the word we're gonna use. Dave is having a horrible fucking time. Watch Haas recommend Fist of the North Star. Specifically, you see Dave, he unlocks Musho Tensei to be able to shed tears. I don't even know what the fuck the Musho... I've never watched Fist of the North Star. I don't know what the Musho Tensei is. Sounds like some Steven Universe bullshit. Oh, cool. Legends of Heroes, Trails of Cold Steel 4 is on sale on Steam. I went to speak again, but the words caught in my throat. Anyway, I'm not picking one. Come on, it's not that hard. Even Dave has one. Even if his taste is to be refined. Refined? He's saying you have shit taste, Pup. I don't. You do, but it's alright. Different strokes and all that. Damn! Fucking got him. There's something else weighing me down now. The judgment of what I find appealing and what I like. Normally go back and forth. Not just Haas and I, but Roswell and Orlando too. But now with everything else, it was just wearing me down. Uh-oh. He's at the breaking point. Oh, right, of course. I chuckled, focusing just on my coffee instead. Dave, Dave, listen. You want to watch an anime with us later? Oh, already taking the initiative. Gonna show him your favorites? Dude, what the hell? I'm allowed to invite who I want. We're fucking day 13. Apparently, fucking something super whack and fucky happened on day 14. Thanks, but no thanks. I flashed him a weak smile as I stood. Uh-oh. Got plans already? Something like that, but maybe I can join you guys later? Ty sighed and leaned back in his chair, rolling his shoulders. Sure, Pup. Sure. Nodding to him, I stood up from the table and wandered down over to the kitchen with my mug in hand. Oh, even having missed dinner, I wasn't all that hungry, but I wanted the excuse to get away from the table. Where is the blasted... As I entered, I looked to Benson, who was off to the side, watching as Oswin dug around in the pantry. Pay him no mind, Master Dave. Oh, so it's the Ultra Instinct. That's just Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct, but Fist of the North Star version, so somehow less weird. Less powerful, but more weird, I should say. Pay him no mind, Master Dave. This is just Master Oswin sourcing his own breakfast. He straightened, setting a colorful box on the counter and sighing out. The boy is lucky there's another box. Perhaps it is a sign that you should leave the children's cereal for the children, sir. I'm a grown man, and if I want sugar cereal for breakfast, then I'll be damned if I can make that decision freely. What about your teeth, or eggs? Eggs? And he does have a point, sir. Scrambled eggs is something manageable. Chocolate cake. Chocolate cake? You're not having chocolate cake for breakfast. Why not? Do you really think that's an appropriate meal choice for the first thing in the morning? It's about as sugary as sugary as cereal. Why? Why? Glad you asked, Benson. I do. Really? Why? I thought cake was for dessert or whatever. Be that as it may, sir, I'm not making you chocolate cake for breakfast. Then sugar cereal? But now we're back to scrambled eggs, right? Did you want eggs, Master Dave? Quickly shook my head, heading over to the coffee machine instead to contemplate if I needed another cup or if I could go without. Dave, how are you feeling? Oh, they're like the only ones who I suppose understand what the fuck Dave is going through with all the trauma, reliving everything and trying to do literally everything himself. Gumu Gumu no dumbass. Just no North Star reference. Oh man, dude, that was unfinished. Wouldn't that be unfinished? Did Luffy do Ultra Instinct before Goku? At least unfinished Ultra Instinct? Because remember, the problem was that yes, he could dodge everything, but he couldn't attack. Fine. You don't sound fun, my boy. No, I'm talking about Gumu Gumu no dumbass. Specifically what he did against Inaru that one time. To dodge all of his attacks. Yeah, it worked, but No. Gumu Gumu no dumbass, I don't think that was hockey. I think that was just generally just Luffy fucking... I think it was Luffy fucking around with hockey from the other end. If there's no intent to read, yeah, he can dodge all of his attacks. Inaru can't predict anything using hockey. You don't sound fine, my boy. That's true. Related to concepts of emotion. I think Scooby-Doo also did something like Ultra fucking Instinct, you know? I'm fine, really. How did last night go? Fine. I mean, if it's thunder type, then yeah, he should be able to resist it. He's literally rubber. We've seen firsthand that he's just immune to lightning attacks. It doesn't really matter how much lightning, he's just immune to it. It also means he can ignore the accompanying effects of lightning, for Inaru, being able to turn into lightning to dodge attacks. Luffy could just sock him in the face. Yeah. Because without hockey, none of them could have beaten Inaru. Shit, even if Luffy wasn't immune to all that lightning attacks, Inaru would not be forced to come up with new bullshit on the spot. I shot him a look and he gave me one back, accompanied with a raised brow. Should it not have been? No, I guess going fine is a good thing. Master Roswell entertained Master Oswin with enough questions to keep most of your friends satisfied with his presence here. I turned to Oswin for clarification, and he nodded. Quite a mind in that head of his. His aptitude for being able to find what makes people tick is truly worrying, however. I dare say you missed the show, Master Dave. With a grunt, Oswin started pouring himself some cereal, earning himself an annoyed, if fleeting look from Benson. Oh yeah, you said that Roswell was being slippery, and Oswin would have throttled him if he'd caught him, right? He moves faster than I give him. Oh, wow, that's not being hyperbole. Huh, and I give him credit for. It's a wonder that bastard child is as fast as he is, given how pudgy he is in the middle. That's not very nice. Just stating fact. If it makes you feel better, consider my jealousy showing that I wish I had less weight to slow me down. And I see you're going to great lengths to remedy the fact that... And I see you're going to great lengths to remedy that fact by eating your second bowl of cereal. Grumbling, Ozan crunched what mouthful he had before defiantly shoveling another spoonful of cereal into his mouth. You know, okay, generally speaking, a large voltage of electricity, to a certain point, like not 200 million, because that's just going to literally fry you. But higher voltages of electricity are less likely to give you heart problems than lower voltages. Because if it's like above like the threshold your like body uses to like send pulses throughout your nervous system, then to a certain extent your body will kind of just like miss it. But honestly, one of the most dangerous parts about like messing with any electrical thing is that it's very easy to like end up in a spot where once you like get electrocuted, you can't actually like let go. Because again, like sending electrical signals is how your body tenses your muscles. So there's a decent chance that getting electrocuted will tense your muscles so you can't actually let go. That's also why people tend to jump when they get electrocuted, because they're like every muscle in their body like seizes, causing them to jump. Now, my boy, are you sure you didn't want anything? Are you sure you didn't want anything for breakfast? Another cup of coffee, perhaps? Them getting electrocuted? Still, standing by the coffee machine, I gave it a once-over before shaking my head again. Oh, that's rough. No thanks, I'll be alright. No, you won't. Not necessarily immune to shock, but it doesn't carry electricity, like, very well. So while you might feel some, like, vibrations and stuff, you'll mostly be fine. I wandered out from the kitchen and into the hall leading to the foyer. You'll be amazed at how far your body can go without eating. I wouldn't know. My friends were on the other side of the wall, conversing among themselves, and while I couldn't hear the specifics, I could make out that they seemed happy enough. So why wasn't I happy? Even ultra mega depressed, dude. I mean, coffee is just bean soup, so I suppose he's getting his water. Then when I thought about where my sadness stems from, there's only one place. A room that I barely lingered in if I didn't need to. It'd been that way for, well, it was the room where I was told what had happened. Hello, E. I'm told it's very tough and difficult, and we're nearing like the super ultra mega rough part. Yes, father issues, mother issues, boyfriend issues, and visions of death. No wonder. Yeah. Like Christ. Why can't it be one of your less insane friends that has to deal with visions of the massacres and shit? Most of the time when I went for a walk was just to get out the house, just down the street and rarely into the wilderness like this. Dean had driven me out to the big garden before and we'd walked around together, but that was just something to do, right? Then there's Tyson and the occasional trips down to the beach. It had a lot of great memories despite getting told constantly not to eat ice cream inside the car. There was something about how ice cream tasted whenever we went though. Somehow sweeter, or maybe it just reminded me of a happier time in my life. Looked around at the trees before glancing back at the house. If I wandered further in, maybe I could have some alone time, right? You're going to get fucking murdered like Tyson, Dave. There was a risk, for sure, much like what had happened with Roswell. I could end up out there. But what was that really that bad? Was spending a night in the woods really all that bad? Ask fucking Tyson. If I wasn't around, I couldn't be hurt by by what the vault showed me. I wouldn't have to look at my friends looking at me funny. Was it pity? Disappointment? I didn't really know. Charging into the forest, I left them all behind. Oh, cool, there's a waterfall. I could hear the sound of running water after a while of walking. Oh, wait, when does this end, Gilded Archer? What, day does this end? I think, from what I heard, it's day 17, but I don't fucking know. I think it's kind of already disassociating. You can hear the sound of running water after a while of walking. I couldn't say just how long I'd been walking, but eventually I arrived at a river. The water was clear, the sound of it oddly calming and taking the edge off. Someone had mentioned this, but at the moment I couldn't remember who exactly had told me about it. Taking a look around, it seems as if it was totally alone. No fish in the river, no sounds of other animals or birds, or anyone else nearby. I almost felt as if I was the last one standing at... Fuck. Oh, fucking give me something else to talk about while I fucking drink some goddamn tea. I've been playing lots of Lies of P, and I'm almost done with the game. I only have 3 more bosses to go. Okay, well, 4. 4 main bosses. I'm on the rematch with the Black Rabbit Brotherhood right now. Then there's Laxasia. I don't fucking know how to pronounce her name. Simon Manus, and then the Nameless Puppet. Yee. I was thinking of making a video and called it Lies of okay, I might be able to get away with saying this on YouTube. I was thinking about making a video about it called Lives of Penis. You know? Penis? Yeah? Oh man, that's gonna be rough. Okay, so no one allowed past 7 says A17. This is gonna be fucking rough, buddy. I almost felt like I was the last one standing as I stood at the edge of the water, looking down into my reflection. Like Fetch with Rough Ruffman. Man, why was that show so fucking banger? Fetch with Rough Ruffman, that PBS show. I'm not sure if... Oh, man. Well, I mean, I was gonna ask Choron if they have anything like PBS in Britain, and I was like, wait, don't they also have a public broadcasting service or whatever? Don't they also have the BBC? No, I'm not gonna make that joke. I'm not gonna make that BBC joke. It's overdone, and also I couldn't make it on YouTube. Without the choking smell of chlorine, I sighed out and looked at the hyena staring back at me. A Sonic Smackdown game? What's Sonic Smackdown? I guess maybe. I'm not sure if we'll do all the routes. I don't know. We'll fucking cross that bridge when we get there. My hands traced my cheeks across my underbite to my nose. The way the water rippled made me squint to make out the details. Shy of the fur color, I was a spitting image of my dad. Yeah, you seem a little shorter. It was a legacy that I wasn't sure I liked now. Looking at myself in the mirror was a harsh reminder of him gone. Right down to being unable to smile at my reflection. Hang on, I think I might have tried Sonic Smackdown before. Not enough to understand the controls or fucking figure out any combos. Oh, chat, am I insane? Oh yeah, it's on itch. Oh wow. Damn near 5 stars. That makes sense. It's really good. Yeah, chat, am I insane? But you know what a good game to get the fighter treatment would be? Sonic. Franchise. Fuck One Piece, fuck Naruto, Sonic. Like, unironically, that would probably be like the best franchise to do like a fighters with, because they have like so many fucking characters who can do so many fucking things, and like everyone's willing to accept basically any story for Sonic. They're just like, okay, yeah, that's sure, yeah, that's what Sonic's doing today. Okay. Fuck, man, I don't even want it to be a tag fighter. I just feel like just Sonic, just like a Sonic fight, like a legit 2D Sonic fighting game could be way better than it has any right to be. I thought about if he was watching over me, and what that sentiment meant. What that sentiment meant felt more like a curse weighing down. Not through anyone else's fault, but my own. Oh shit, is that a fucking Jujutsu Kaisen reference? No, Sonic the Fighters was a 3D fighting game. I wanted myself a good 2D fighting game. I'm not really a fan of tag fighters. Except Orlando's to get the true ending. Oh damn, okay, fuck man, jeez. Are they all like 30 days? Cause my fucking god. Looking up the river, it winded through the trees, cascading over a cliff off in the distance and further on. Where did the river start? Was there anything else out there? Presumably atop a mountain. Yes, them's fighting herds. I need to, kind of need to figure out that game, because, like, I don't think it's bad, but, like, I have not actually sat down long enough to, like, figure out how the fuck the game plays. No, KOF is a tag fighter? Wandering upstream, I figured I'd see where it went. Climbing up a steep incline near the waterfall, I dusted myself off and looked around for anything else that might have looked different. From what I could tell, this clearing by the river seemed to be a makeshift campsite. Spoopy. I wonder. There's a ring of stones placed somewhat in the middle of the clearing, with a large log sitting nearby, acting as a bench. Taking a seat, I looked around. It seemed nice enough, but a crisp breeze made me realize just how cold it could get out here late at night. Couldn't you just start a... Oh, no, he's the city boy. He doesn't know how to start a fire. All right, 25. Okay. How do we get past B? No active tag mechanic. What does that mean? I closed my eyes and breathed in deep, the fresh air helping clear my head a little bit. But with a clear mind, thoughts came rushing in to fill the space, making me think of home. Okay, that's path B. Come on, sport. Where are we going? Where are we going? Dad puffed out his chest, hands on his hips proudly. Oh, fidgets from dust and a Lucian tail. I know they added like fucking some weird Dilfy like reindeer dad as DLC. It's gonna sound weird, but it's what them's fighting herds did. Oh, so once one character dies, you just play as the next. That's kind of rough, but you know, that kind of vibe. Don't want to adventure with your old man? Always, Dad. Good. Then buckle up, because we're gonna get something awesome to eat when we get there. Is Mom coming? Not this time, bud. She's at work. Okay, it's been too long since I've watched Dragon Ball proper anything, so I always just immediately go to the fucking Dragon Ball Z abridged voices in my head. It's the same thing with Bleach, since I read the manga and then watched the abridged series, you know? It almost seems like she never wants to come out with us anymore. I sighed, hopping into the car and closing the door before buckling myself in. Dad tapped on my window, indicating for me to lower it. Why the long face, bucko? Fidgeting in my chair, I tried to keep my eyes anywhere than his, as he stuck his head into the window and slightly to look at me properly, fishing for an answer. No reason, I guess. Seems like there might be one. You won't get mad at me, right? No matter what. Believe it. So, what's got you down? Mom still loves me too, right? What? Oh, fuck. She was like, oh, okay, wasn't expecting a bomb to be dropped today, but okay. What? It was enough to make him recoil and hit his head on the roof as he pulled back in shock. Donk. What would make you think that? Multiple times, the complete story. The best idea would be to go back through and forth between this and another Rian's roots. Ugh. Finding another visual novel. Fuck it. I might just stream Lives of P again. Fuck it. I might just stream that. I mean, I'm playing it again. Stream Lives of P, New Game Plus. Why not? Fuck it. Yeah, Toei does not like the abridged series, but like, it's very weird. Like, Toei themselves doesn't like the abridged series, like, but everyone else seems like kind of fine with it. At least the dubbing companies and all of them seem fine with it, but Toei just does not. She's barely home, and I don't really remember the last time she smiled at me. Did I do something wrong? Oh, fucking wow. Don't you ever think we don't love you, David. Oh, that's his actual name, okay. Did nothing wrong, I promise. He had his serious tone going, staring me down. A year Lives of P is actually different in New Game Plus and stuff. I'm sorry. Dad sighed out, running his hands through his fur before wandering around the car and jumping in the driver's seat and buckling himself in. David and Salieth? Do you mean Goliath? Is that like a cultural thing, or did you just misspell it? We didn't leave the driveway. Instead, his fingers just drummed on the steering wheel. More than that, because I know there are certain items you can only get in New Game Plus cycles. There are certain records that are only available in New Game Plus. I'm also like 90% sure that like you get new lines, because like for all the corrupted puppet bosses, their lines are garbled messes. You can't actually understand what they're saying. But I think that changes in New Game Plus. It gives you more lore. Slinged? What does that mean? Didn't leave the driver instead of jumping his finger on the steering wheel. It was the only sound we had, as he hadn't even started the car. When he stopped, I turned to look at him. So near New Game Plus. Yees. Hang on, actually, why not? Fuck it. Why don't I have my phone in my hand right now? What changes in Lives of P New... Oh, I'm not spelling this right. New Game Plus. Oh, cool. Thank you, Fextra. P requires more ergos, additional phases, the Porgan, increased health and damage for enemies, +1 for amulets and stuff. Beginning section where P awakens, allow the option to reset your Porgan. Work desk at the end of the train, where your common stars change. Switch Legion arm, modify Peter arm, quartz. Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 records that are unique to New Game Plus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 amulets. Like 7 rings. Okay, so I'm not sure how you're supposed to translate like what the bosses say. Well, whatever. Goliath became synonymous with giant, but Goliath wasn't actually that big, and David showed up with the equivalent of a gun. I don't know, maybe. Lies of P is actually based off of Pinocchio, so fucking who knows, maybe. It was the only sound we had, as he hadn't even started the car, and when he stopped, I turned to look at him. He just smiled at me. Maybe it was a brave face or something else I couldn't say. I remembered what he said next, or at least the individual words, but for the life of me, I couldn't remember specifically how it sounded like. I love you. I need to actually read fucking Pinocchio. Subtitles in the first round. If you really try, plans are bad as it is. I couldn't do that. How are you supposed to make out the subtitles on your first run if you're also fighting a boss? Like, Lies of P is hard. There's also just some weird changes from the, like, Soul series. I say, like, Lies of P is a great, like, first game. Like, a great, like, proof that they know what they're doing. But I also think that, like, it's like a great learning opportunity to learn, like, why certain things are the way they are in Souls games. Yeah, there literally isn't any. It's supposed to be a lying little shit. Honestly, Seven Deadly Sins is a pretty badass English name. As I opened my eyes, the campsite came back into view. The world around me hadn't changed outside of the faint sounds of nature now being something I was more aware of. Had it all just been drowned out as I lost myself in my head, or in a daze, my eyes looked into the water? I think we got like a new sub or something, but I can't see that. Hello, new person? I can't see it because we're fucking streaming right now. Sorry. In a daze, my eyes looked to the water as I sat on the log, watching it flow steadily downstream. Oof. You don't like Tim Tim. Wow. In water ending lies go. What the fuck does in water mean? Is that a reference to something? I wondered what would happen if I drowned right here, if this was the place I died. I wondered if it would hurt, or if some miracle would come along and stop it from happening. I wonder why the idea didn't scare me as much as it probably should have. You're fucking suicidal, my dude. Was I a coward? Selfish? Probably. Of all the places to choose, at least here was peaceful. I'd solve all my problems in one go. My sadness, my stress, and guilt, and to be able to see Dad again, hopefully. Before I knew it, I was standing up and slowly walking towards the water's edge. My feet felt heavy, but my chest felt light. I wasn't having trouble breathing, but each breath rattled out of my barely parted mouth. Step by step, not breaking stride, once with my eyes locked on a spot somewhere in the middle of the river. Before I could second guess if I was going to follow through with falling into the water, I stepped on something solid but smooth, enough to make me look down to see what it was. It's the metal Tyson had! Is that what's going to make Dave realize, oh, I should probably get the fuck out of here before I get moidled? I looked at what I'd picked up, rolled it over my hand. A thick glass syringe with its needle capped up by some sort of plastic thing at the end. Had it been used? Why was it out here? In the sunlight, I caught a glint of something half buried underneath some fallen leaves, and now distracted from what I was really doing, I went to investigate. Kneeling down, when I picked up what I assumed was assuming another needle instead of a bottle, small, unassuming. Label it neatly printed out on its front. Cryptic. First word was long, wasn't sure how exactly to pronounce it. Second word I heard before, some sort of illness that Mom had mentioned once before, I think. An item in each hand, I looked in between the two. The bottle was empty with the foil seal on top punctured. Needle, while capped, still had what looked to be condensation inside. Moments later and quickly dropped both, drawing a conclusion I didn't quite want to believe. Did someone inject themselves here? Did someone else inject another person? And the only person I knew out to be here was Roswell. That thing was, with that thing that was following me, was that out there? Could that have been part of this? Picked up both of them and put them in my pocket carefully. Osmond said things have gone missing from his lab, so maybe this was some of it. Either way, he'd know better. My mind raced with what it all meant as I looked around again. My resolve to focus going on the river was shot, likely for the better. Cryptocurrency. Oh no, they injected Roswell with Bitcoin. He's going to start talking about Dogecoin and liking Elon Musk. Likely for the better, but instead it was replaced with curiosity. I headed up. Why? Where's my fucking... There it is. I lost track of how long I walked, but I was in no hurry. Taking occasional breaks to look about the trees, something gave me the impression that I was being watched. Stop that. There's an evil village. What bonus area? And there's a bonus area? Oh, god damn it. No, cool. They can now mod in characters into, to Marvel vs. Capcom 3. That's cool. I thought you said anima-alish for a second there, and I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Before me, sitting right along the water's edge, was a rundown mill. Moss and vines seemed to have claimed the place after many years of no use. Just like before, this place seemed quiet and serene. I would have said that I felt like I was surely alone if the feeling that I was being watched didn't get stronger the longer I stood out in the open. Is anyone there? Carefully looking around, I called out quietly. Silence. Nothing but silence to answer my question. Didn't really want to go inside the mill. After all, who knows what could have been in there, or if I wouldn't accidentally step on one of those on a loose floor panel and get trapped. It was a reminder that I didn't tell anyone where I was going, but I only had myself to blame. Couldn't get angry about them not coming to save me because I didn't give them the chance. Not only that, but when I got back, I had no excuse for them to be mad at me for being a hypocrite yet again. I slumped my shoulders and sighed. Leaning up against one of the beams holding up the trough above, braced against something, I whined out, my troubles making me hesitate and turning back now. Oh, fuck! My ears perked at the sound of a twig snapping, and I looked around, eyes darting around the trees for its source. I heard it again. Out in the open, the sound echoed around me, and it was hard to place exactly where it had come from. Oh, what arrives? Being out in the open left me exposed, and I felt it now, deciding that heading inside might not be the worst idea, all things considered. Inside the mill was dirty, ew, and much like the outside, nature had claimed most of it. Walls were cracked, but the stonework held together despite the vines growing through a hole in one of the walls. Looking behind me to see if I was being followed, I ducked behind the doorway to stay out of sight. Not that it helped if I had already been spotted. Reaching inside my pocket, I held onto the syringe, reminding myself I had something in the way of the weapon in case things went sour. It didn't look like there were any abandoned tools nearby that would make for a better weapon anyway. Heard another twig snap, followed by someone calling out. Hello? Someone around out there? Voice had a tinge of amusement in it. Somewhat squeaky too, so I could only rule out it being one of my friends. Even Oswald and Benson didn't have a voice that matched that. Here on the corner, I couldn't see anything. No sign of whoever it was, no sign of whoever it was that was also out there. They kept calling, asking wherever I was hiding, but it seemed they weren't making any effort to get closer. I weighed up, heading further into the mill in an effort to hide. As leaving would just let whoever was calling out find me, right? It grew colder as I ventured further in. Seemed like I was heading more underground, too. You don't do that. You're going to, like, fucking... What the shit is this? It's spooky fucking music. The air was stale down here, and there's a half-broken slabs of concrete making up the flooring. Large pipes and machines seemed to be everywhere, all powered by the water wheel outside. No, it's too soft for me. Is it? I can hear this quite easily. Oh my. Damn it, Decay. It wonder if it was powered by anything else. I couldn't see the generator. There's something about this place that made me feel odd. The ceiling was high up above. Jagged pieces of metal jutted out at odd angles from the ceiling from where they'd rusted and fallen apart over time. Where? Oh man, now he's in Silent Hill. I gotta put on fucking chapstick chat. Give me a second. But I already have the Steam output. This isn't a Steam game. Really? I fucking it. How's this? Yeah, how's this? I can fucking hear myself. How deep did this place go underground? What was it for? Lumber? Off to the side, there seemed to be a chute for something to drop down from a level above and onto a conveyor belt that ran alongside one side of the wall. At the end was a saw blade ready to cut whatever was sent down the path of it. There's something about this place that I couldn't quite place. It wasn't sadness, but a feeling of unease that came from within me, familiar in a way that I couldn't place how. Hello? There was that voice again, smug and amused as before, but now closer. Voice echoed through the building. I backed up against one of the large metal chambers that dotted the room I was in. Footsteps, light but somewhat clumsy. Maybe, but that wasn't what stuck out to me. Good as my nose was, I couldn't smell them at all. Nothing to distinguish who they could be or anything. Was it because of the air in here? Straining my ears, I listened as they moved around, searching for me. They could have been friendly for all I knew, but something about this just seemed like bad news to me. Their footsteps sounded like they got closer before stopping entirely. Gripping the syringe tightly, I waited. And waited. Out of breath, I hadn't realized them holding, fearing that I must have just misheard them leaving. Shock made me fall over and I hit my head hard enough. I landed, passing out. Oh, fuck. Ow. Damn it, Dave, you got fucking... When I came to, I was back outside. It seemed darker, and I wasn't exactly sure how long I'd been out for. I was only half certain of what I'd seen right before falling over, and I sat up groaning. Quickly checking my pockets, seemed as though I had everything still, much to my relief. Cool, he didn't get robbed. My head was still spinning, but I seemed unharmed outside of my tumble. Let myself properly get my bearings. Whoever that was I ran into didn't seem to be around right now. I wobbled to my feet as I stood. How late is it? About 6. Whoa! We meeting a rabbit. I fell over again, landing on my rear and yelping as I nursed my tail. No, I mean, who, where, oh, scare ya? Not gonna laugh on me, are ya? I stared at the hair, unsure of what to make of things. Yeesh, watching you has been a hoop, but didn't think you'd be so flighty. More on edge than any of the game out here, that's for sure. Well, yeah, there's a fucking murderer out here. BN protects me hard. Seem hard. Also, yeah. Hello, MK. Yeah, being a visual novel protagonist just means, man, something's fucked up in your head. You've got a weird internal narrative. But, yeah, the rabbit seems fine. What? The game? Animals? Got it in one. Didn't expect a hyena out here, though. Gestured wide with his arms briefly before staring at me some more. Dang. That's true. Well, yeah, he's like too equal, bottom and top half, so like it was torso, so it couldn't be Haas or something. Not Orlando, Sal, or Roswell, that's for damn sure. Tyson's a bit bigger. Not even a bit bigger, he's a fair bit bigger. Dave. And what's a hyena like yourself doing this far out, Just on a walk, I guess. A walk? On this mountain? Yeah? I'm staying with a man who lives here. The hare whistled, looking around. Must be a long walk, given you look like city folk. Well, no, The hare stared at me some more, waiting. Well, you couldn't just walk here from the city. My guess is you're one of them Hammond kids. Me? No, I'm just staying there, I guess. His attitude seemed to shift. Disappointment, maybe? It was hard to tell. Just a guess? Shame. Shame how? Well, getting in good with rich folk is never a bad thing. Can't have one of their guests lost out in the woods, now can we? I'm not that lost, Mr. Oh, me? I'm nobody. But you can call me Jack. God, you look weird. Something about the way his face, like the curls of his smile, they're like those, like fancy pen strokes, with the little dots on the end. I'm ignoring that, the good old days. Jack, okay. There's something about how he said that, something that made me feel uneasy. Uh-oh. I knew Oswin didn't like rabbits, so maybe that was what was coloring my opinion of this guy. Yeah, they retconned the fucking jizz music from Star Wars. Well then, Dave, you had a bit of a fall inside the mill, so I brought you out here. Because you snuck up on me. Really now, didn't think you'd scare so easy when you came out here by yourself. Didn't think a place as big as the Hammonds would host only one guest at a time, either. Oh, well, it's not just me. Whole family of hyenas visiting? I imagine that house be full of laughs then. No, it's just me and some friends. Friends? It was almost as if the concept was foreign to him with how thoughtful he seemed to be after echoing what I'd said. Sounds fun. It's been something like that. You kidding? A whole mansion and you ain't having fun. There's this weird death door in the basement that's giving me trauma. It's not good. You kidding? A whole mansion, you ain't having fun. I groaned and slumped on the spot. What's his face in the Jizz Whalers? Bang, bang, bang. Oh yeah, he does have dog tags, doesn't he? There's just been a lot going on back at the house. I probably shouldn't get into it. I know. No? And why's that? You know the house, right? I mean, of course you do, because you know the name of the person that owns it, so... Oh yeah, plenty of stories about that place. There are stories? Sure is. Recluse lives there now with his butler. Smart as a whip. Occasionally gets a visitor every now and again. That's not much of a story. Well, that's not much of a... well, that's not the story. Story is, he's got a machine in his basement. You wouldn't happen to be you wouldn't happen to have seen it given you're living there, have you? Oh, you mean... I caught myself anything before I could say anything more. Noticing Jack's eyes light up the moment I trailed off. So it does exist. That's nice to hear. No, the music did not change. Given what I know about it, you've heard about it too? I've been told about it, sure. Hard not to remember. Hard not to remember talk of a time machine someone's built. It wasn't a time machine, was it? Is that why the door hadn't opened? Was Oswin just lying about it? It's not quite a time machine. Not like you get memories of potential futures, which is like but only like traumatic stuff, which is like significantly worse. It's just like an insert trauma here button. Like, hey, you ever experienced something so traumatic that apparently it resonates through all of time and space? Would you like to have that happen to you again? With how funny Jack was being, I was leaning towards believing what Oswin has said about it. Well, maybe I should see if I could get it working when I'm back at the house next. If you ever got there. What? Do you know your way back? Reckon you're stuck without a guide. Oh, I'm sure I could figure it out. I'll just head back downriver until I find something familiar and then wander back from there. River doesn't go anywhere near the house. You'd end up getting to a waterfall at a sheer cliff before you got back to the city, too. It's not that bad, is it? You're welcome to find out. What about you? Why are you even out here? Just hunting. After all, these are some big mountains, and there's nothing like being out where no one else is around to bother you. I'm sorry if I bothered you then. I just figured the mill was something neat to look at. No bother. Wondered who was wandering around out here. Yeah, that's true. What an odd thing to say, Jack. It's totally not like you're a murderer or something, are you? Yeah, honestly, that's significantly worse than a time machine, because it's just going to fuck up your head. Because if it's something that traumatic, having it injected into your brain isn't like a good idea. No bother. Wondered who was wandering around out here. You sure you're fine heading back to the house by yourself? Yeah, I'll be fine. Thanks. Something wasn't right. Stranger danger was a thing I'd been taught as a kid, and it didn't really sink in until now as to what that had meant. I was getting an off feeling about Jack, something about how he moved, talked, or even stood there as time went by. You don't know your way back, Dave. I'll figure it out. You hit your head pretty hard, Dave. Maybe I should take you back to where I'm staying so you can rest. No, I'm good, really. Took a couple steps back, shooting him a wry smile. It wasn't at all convincing, but I didn't want to turn my back to him either. Do you at least want me to point you in the right direction? You know where the house is? General location, sure. Wouldn't be much of a hunter if I couldn't navigate this forest, would I? Without me asking, he pointed in a direction away from the river, through the trees. Head that way. Terrain might make it a little harder, but that's the direction the house is in. Got a long walk ahead of you, though. Chance to look in the direction he pointed out before looking back at him. Thanks. Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna head back to my own little hidey hole, I think. Safe travels, Dave. Wait, did he ever tell Dave his name? Wait, what? Jack his name. I know. Hang on. Okay, he does know his name, so it's not weird spooky shit. Okay. I watched as he turned on heel and wandered off, disappearing out of sight in the opposite direction to where I was headed. Sighing out, I took a longer look at where I needed to go. But then I thought about what Oswald thought about rabbits. Maybe he was right that rabbits couldn't be trusted. Was he lying? Quit being racist, Dave. If I followed the direction he pointed out, would I even make it back to the mansion? What if that just led farther away? I had a choice to make. Oh, Snapchat. I can spell it out. D-O-U-B-T. Close enough. How do you vote now, chat? Use your fucking clicky voting powers. Did everyone vote? I also have popcorn, chat. We have 12 people. We have 12 people viewers. Be sure to vote, because it will probably decide whether or not Dave lives or dies. This hyena's life is in your hands, chat. Damn. A 9-year-old top 64 in YCS Dortmund. Damn. I want to see a mom make top. Imagine getting fucking beat by a 9-year-old in Yu-Gi-Oh! But we only have 8 votes and 11 viewers. Is everyone good? Is everyone satisfied? Because we're going once. We're going twice. Oh, Baseball Wolf. That's nice Twitter art. Going and sold. The Doubt. Shaking my head, my gut was telling me that there was something off about what he had said. Maybe it was the direction he'd given me, or maybe what he was intending. Where had he even gone to anyway? His hidey hole? Evidently, that's what Twitter is saying. A 9-year-old won at YCS. YCS Dortmund. Maybe it was the direction he'd given me, or maybe it was in... whoops. Uh-oh. Wasn't willing to just follow him blindly. Worst case scenario, I could find my way back to the river and wander back down to the campsite, or take shelter in the mill and make my way back in the morning. For all I knew, Jack was up to something. I didn't know what it was, or if it involved me, but I didn't trust him, including the directions back to the house. So I picked a direction and started walking, assuming I'd just double back if I didn't run into anything. The immediate area around the mill seemed to be the same as the rest of the woods. I hit a cliff wall that seemed to continue on for a while, and did Dave not bring his fucking phone, actually? Dave, you dumbass. I hit a cliff wall and it seemed to continue on for a while. It didn't bother following the river. It didn't bother following the river any further upstream when I found another waterfall. Didn't know why I expected to run into Jack out here, or find out where he went, but it was something that I wish I knew. It was meant to be a shack out here, right? Was that his hidey hole? Or is the shack just what the mill was meant to be? It really was in the middle of nowhere. Hello, Scenery's Horon. Alone. Thought about my friends back at the house. If I'd be lost out here much like Roswell was. It was a mistake to come over here by myself. Tried smelling the air to see if I could pick out anything, but the dust from the mill was clogging my nose. All I could smell was a musty old smell from underground, instead of the fresh mountain air. Around my nose, and I caught the sound of Jack somewhere far off. Seemed to be talking with someone, but I couldn't make out the specifics. I couldn't even make out which direction he was from how his voice echoed off the trees. Sure. The more I focused on listening, the more I could make out some words here and there, but I couldn't hear anything else. Some hyena, yeah. Dunno, we're not out here for. Maybe it was on the phone? I went to check my pockets for my own and realized I must have. Damn it! That letting us know where I was would have been helpful had I remembered it. What is with people not bringing their phones everywhere? At the very least, Dean would have been able to find me, right? Maybe Roswell if he'd remembered the way to the campsite. Even then, I was assuming a lot of thinking that Roswell had even used that particular campsite when there could have been many others scattered about the place. Just killing me. You're killing me, you know that? Jack's voice got closer, and he seemed to be on the move. I didn't want to be caught unintentionally eavesdropping, so I doubled back to the mill to continue my way back downstream. Well, the little light I had to work with was fading quickly. Remember Dean saying there's no point heading out into the woods at night, just in case we injured ourselves. Wondered if it was maybe best I tried to make myself comfortable for the night, as much as I already started to feel the temperature start to drop. Thought of being out here made my stomach rumble, reminding me that I hadn't eaten for the better part of 2 days, or at least not enough to be substantial. My legs are sore from walking so much, and I sat down, wondering how Hoss could be so fit. Was it conditioning? Seemed to like walking most places, or even going for a run. We're lost in the woods. That's how we're doing. We're spending a night in the woods. You know, like the game. The game I streamed way back. It matched up with what I knew of Sal as well, being used to lifting and carrying things from what I'd heard from Orlando. Not yet, but we might. Sitting down on a log, I buried my face in my hands, sighing out. I made a mistake coming out here, but at least now I remember not to do something so stupid again in the future. You also know that someone else is out here. A rabbit named Jack. Sound of a twig snapping nearby made me look up. Why does he always fucking snap twigs? Can you, not do that? Sound of a twig snapping nearby made me look up. Jack reappeared, approaching slowly. Still out here? Didn't I point the way back? You did, but, you said difficult terrain? He chuckled, rolling his shoulders. Not able to deal with difficult terrain, huh? Good to know. You know, I was wondering what you meant by that. Did you mean rocks or cliffs? Does it matter? Didn't end up going that way. I guess not. He got closer, resting his foot on the log and leaning down to look at me. Is this back at the campsite? I leaned back away from him as he did so, reflexively going to the needle concealed in my pocket. Planning on camping out here. Not a bad spot. I haven't decided yet? Thought you went the other way. Why are you downstream? Well, you know me. Guess I just got lost. He chuckled low, keeping his eyes on mine. Inching closer still, I shifted further back, and he seemed to get the message. You came out here all alone. Didn't bring anything for supplies. What are you, an idiot? Yeah, kinda. That's not very nice. No, it's not. But who the fuck cares, anyway? Yeah, well, I care. Leave me alone. Come now, Dave. Haven't you ever heard before about the kindness of strangers? Maybe you should come back with me to my shelter and stay the night. You can tell me all about your friends and what you've got down in that house you're staying at. This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. This is like fucking Misery by Stephen King getting fucking kidnapped by a dude. Okay, well, Misery got kidnapped by a woman, but whatever. I stood for a moment. It almost seemed as if Jack's expression shifted towards smug satisfaction. Then it faded away as soon as it was. But then it faded away as soon after it was clear that I hadn't intended to follow him anywhere. I'm gonna head back now. Thanks for getting me out of the mill, I guess. Flashy moved forward, grabbing me by the arm. I didn't do anything for free. You owe me. Hey, let me go. Not just yet, Dave. I know something you can pay me back with. This thing I want to know. You met the guy who owns this place, right? So without thinking, trying to pull my arm away from what was my priority. Oswin Hammond? Right as I pulled, he let go, letting me land on my back on the ground. Oh, good. That makes this easier. What about his butler? He's still kicking? Yes, he's old, but sure, he's around. Jack didn't seem to like that answer. Jaw clenched and he stared me down as his voice down at me with his voice low. Well, that's just great, isn't it? You know, I was hoping this was going to be an easy job, too. Oh well, I don't mind a messy job when the pay is good. I don't understand. What do you mean? Got on my feet, edging away from Jack further. There was no point in being subtle about it now. I just wanted to get away. All the while, he just grinned, looming over me. What I mean is, I've been out here a week, bored out of my mind, and I want to have a little fun. Oh, God. So get to running, Dave. Let's play tag. Oh, there's his eyes. And there's a knife. Is that what happened to Tyson? A game of tag? The moment I saw the knife, I ran. Didn't even stick around to wonder what he was intending to do with it. I had no idea where I was going. I could barely see, and it took everything I had to stop from tripping over the many roots that lined the forest floor. How I wished I was more fit. My heart was pounding in my chest, and my lungs felt like they were on fire. It was a wonder I hadn't collapsed from exhaustion. Oh, this music, man, it's so fucking intense. You hear it? Ugh. I felt a chill run down my spine as I heard Jack somewhere behind me, calling out in a sing-song sort of tone, Dave, run as fast as you can. It was fear that I hadn't felt before, cold, dark, and somewhere deep down that seemed to keep me moving forward. It was different from the cliff and the river. It was different from back home. It was even different from thinking about my friends, and I wasn't sure if that was a good or bad thing. Man, I haven't played Sinistar in fucking ages, you know? My grandma's apartment, there's like this arcade machine collection down in the library, and one of them was Sinistar, and that fucked so hard. The darkness of the forest seemed to ease up. Maybe I was just getting used to it, or maybe I was being chased on a life on the line to making things easier. Not that I had any way of knowing which way I was going. I'd have to do better than that, Dave. I yelped as I rounded a tree and dove around Jack as he swiped lazily with his knife. I feel the sting of it as it sheared some fur off my ears, and I continued on. Keep running. Playtime isn't over yet. With one hand over my ear and another propelling myself forward, I struggled to find my way. It all looked the same. The woods outside, my breathing was quiet. The woods outside my breathing was quiet. But then I knew where to go. Didn't see it, but I could smell it. Pumpkin pie. I knew that smell. Lana must have baked something to lead me back to the house. What guilt I would have found about not doing the same thing for Waswell would need to wait. All I had to do was follow my nose and I'd be safe. I'd be with my friends. It wasn't home, but it do. Jack was still following me though. For a moment I had to stop to take a deep breath. I could hear him somewhere behind me approaching. He wasn't running like I was, but pacing himself. Maybe his stamina was just better. Then through the trees I could see the soft glow of lights. The smell of pie was growing stronger too. There, I'm there. Up. Like behind me and there is Jack, still with the knife and still gaining speed. So I'd first taking out in the darkness of the night like a ghost. Not there yet. Running, I tried to lose him in the last little bit through the trees, but almost choked as he grabbed the back of my shirt, pulling me towards him, and then into a tree. Winded, I clutched my chest. House was right there, and as I turned to look, I felt the tip of Jack's knife at my throat. Closed my eyes. What else was there to do? That fucking syringe you have! Be over as soon as how hard I was running, I could barely form words. Wasn't much of an upside, but at least they'd be able to find my body easily. The sound of a gunshot made us both jump. And just as quickly as I'd realized what had happened, I fell to the ground, covering my head. Cowering on the ground, I heard my assailant flee into the forest again. Despite being so close to the house, I didn't feel so good. I didn't feel safe. Oh, man. Yes, we did. It was a rabbit. What in the hell? Oh, this is like a different version of the fucking opening theme. sad piano. Said I felt sick, like I was able to pass out, but something was keeping me conscious. Couldn't get my thoughts together. I thought my tongue tangled in my inability to pull myself together, making me hyperventilate. The adrenaline was nice while I was running away, but now I could barely breathe as I clutched my chest. I collapsed to the ground, clutching my chest. Had I been shot? Had Jack? What had happened? Dave! Looking up, I could see Dane skid to a hole in front of me, dropping to his knees and holding me by the Where did you get the gun? Actually, I wanted to tell him what had just happened, but what I had seen and how I was feeling. But nothing came out of my mouth except the raspy breath and the onset of nausea. God, you're pale. Around the forest all day? What happened? Dean, did. Look to Orlando and ease back to my knees. By Dean. Everyone, Dean found him. No, y'all are missing the actual fucking problem here. Fuck finding. Oh man, I forgot to do the AC. There's a new AR. Hang on. It's getting. I was mentioning the AC because it's getting kind of hot in here. Shit. He was quick to leave again, rushing off somewhere out of sight, clinging to Dean while I gasped for air, my heart pounding in my chest. Yeah, there's Krampus and dead. Yasuyori and Shinon. I don't see any AR with Moritaka and Horikyu Kamui. Oh, now I see it. Like cloudless ice. 5 stars. Ooh. He was quick to leave again, rushing off somewhere out of sight, clinging to Dean. I whined and gasped for air, my heart pounding in my chest. Trying to keep myself centered on Dean's honey-like sin, I struggled to calm myself down. It's Dave! It's Dave. Yes, I can see that. Ooh, I heard a gunshot and... We can discuss this later. Get the boy inside. But now it's confirmed that we at least know that there's fucking someone else out there, and that he isn't working alone. Honestly, I like it. I'm surprised we don't see more of Moritaka and Horikyu Kamui. Honestly, Moritaka seems like the odd man out of the summoners. Like, everyone else seems to have, like, someone they can, like, pair off with in the summoners, at least in the main quest. Well, I mean, now there's Tadatomo, but we haven't really seen them hang out yet. Shiro has Kengo, Ryota has, Hanuman. Not sure there are many other main quest, many other main quest summoners. So, but, like, Moritaka doesn't have anyone he can really, like, pair off up with for, like, duos. Dean picked me up, and I clung to him, digging into the muscle into the fur, as if letting go is the same as dying then and there. What? Where is that fucking rabbit? I could tell it was Austin, though his tone was different, crazy, almost if I could make out what it seemed to be a revolver in his hand before he shoved it into his pocket. Damn it all! Sir, now is not the time to be gallivanting on a crusade over rabbits. Osmond grunted, standing stiff. I wanted to tell him what had happened, to apologize for not taking his warning seriously, or at least what I assumed to be one. God. You ever sit there and realize how many, like, of the, like, fucking summoners are actually, like, event only? Because there's Agyo, Gilbersti, Inaba, Kijimuna, Yasuyori, Shinon, Behemoth, Oniwaka, Zabania, and Kotaro. Like, majority of the summoners members aren't actually the summoners members in the main quest. And R19 is a kind of sort of maybe. The actual, like, members we have in the main quest are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. We have 8. And one of them only became a summoner in, like, well, okay, not the last chapter, but chapter 13, Tadatomo. Osmond grunted. I wanted to tell him what had happened, or at least apologize for not taking his warning seriously, or at least what I assumed to be one. At least Dave is accounted for now, but he's suffering. Obviously! The sound I made was a mix between a whine and a rasping cough. Tightening in my chest became worse. Do something about it. You're a doctor, right? That is true. He is in fact a doctor, man. Again, I tried to speak as Osmond stepped closer, looking me in the eye. Set him down, Dane. As if afraid of breaking me, he sent me down the stairs, sitting me against him for additional support. It's alright, Dave. You're safe now. You had us all worried. Help. It took everything I had to get the word out, and I tried to stand, slipping on the stair below me and falling on the tiles on the foyer floor. In a flash, Dean was at my side as I heard the others rushing closer. We were in danger. They were all in danger, and it was my fault. Okay, give me a second, chat. I need to fucking fuck with the AC, because it is hot as balls. Eating AC, couldn't imagine. What do you mean? What? Do British people not have AC? Is that like not a thing over in the UK? I don't know, it's something twisted what if version of Snow White. Doesn't that fucking, isn't that, oh no, I'm thinking of a different game. I was thinking of that Alice in Wonderland video game, Alice Returns. Well, no, that's a different thing. He needs some soup. He needs some milk. I can breathe. My vision was blurring, and I start to lose my ability to hear. Oh, I've got an idea. The snake blur rose past me until I can no longer discern the sin among the others. Dean seemed to know what his plan was and hurried along soon after. Hurried along soon after. No. It's not quite summer. I think like fall just began a few days ago. Yeah, like September 26th. It's now October 2nd. Yeah, it is October 2nd. Glad I got that right. Otherwise, that would be very embarrassing. Embarrassing. Dave, listen to me. I need you to tell me where the rabbit went. You can't be serious. That's the priority for you right now? Well, to be fair, I think we should also be very concerned about the murderer outside. He's not entirely wrong about that one, Roswell. Roswell went ignored and Osmond stopped next to me, shifting me so we can make eye contact easier. It's very important. Where did he go? See, everything I had just to shake on my head. The smell of gunpowder was strong in Oswin. It was bringing back memories to the surface that I couldn't fight off. Oh no. Orlando, should we get him some... Orlando, should we... I'm reading the fucking name tag. Should we get him somewhere? Maybe we should at least pick him up off the floor. Dave, try to relax. Put you in your bed. When you're ready, you can tell us what happened. Sal came down to pick me up. I pushed him away. I could do it. I had to. Dave, please. Sal, stand back. What are you going to... In a flash, Osmond pulled something out from his coat and thrust it against my neck. Sound of air escaping, indicating something had happened. What did you do? Something I was saving for that rabbit, but this should do. Do to put Dave at ease. Whatever they said next, I didn't catch, instead, passing out there on the floor. Startled my vision, then my body went numb, and then last to go was my hearing. What the last noise I heard was Benson saying something. Benson probably been like, dude, you can't just keep fucking stabbing people in the neck. Sedated. I want to be sedated by a Game Boy. Man, he should have just sedated us with a Game Boy. Drugs. Yes, drugs. In a way, I was relieved now that everything had stopped. Was I dead? Was I asleep? Either way, all I could do was let whatever happens, happen. I want to be sedated. Man, wrong doses. Yeah, that's true. That's why I'm their anesthesiologist. That's why anesthesiologists are an entire field of medicine. If I had to describe it, it felt like falling. Not through the air or through the water, but something in between? Maybe jelly? Gross. And then Hoyt said, "Why the long face? Priceless, right?" What? My hand scrambled over my front, my breathing picking up. Where was I? What happened? You know, because he was a horse. No, not that. I mean, because horses have long faces. No, Dad, stop. What did I do? I thought you'd like that joke. That was in the woods, right? And Jack was there. Yeah. And what else? Dad, where are we? Well, you know me, always getting lost. I started to back away, but my feet felt like they were encased in cement. Not only that, but each step felt as though I wasn't really touching the ground. Slipping somehow. You never get lost. Don't I? Well, I guess there goes that cover. Began to convulse, bodies writhing and arms moving at unnatural angles until he fell still. You! Hello, Dave. Shall we pick up where we left off? Started pulling on my ears, feeling sick. Could feel my heart rate pick up, although something was wrong. Felt numb, somehow, like it wanted to beat faster, but something was stopping it. What I didn't know was that it hurt. Leave me alone! Not gonna run this time. Think Benson is gonna come to save you? This isn't real. I made it back. Did you? You wanted to die before. Why not now? I don't know. This is semi-sci-fi, so I think it might be like that one thing from Katana Zero, like a drug that lets you at least control what hallucinations someone is speaking or seeing. Maybe that's why Dave has been hallucinating his dad so much. It's complicated. Oh, Jack, that's probably like the inspiration. Katana Zero was a great game. I played it. Is Katana Zero still in Game Pass, actually? Katana Zero, Game Pass. No, it is not. Wave of guilt washed over me. I couldn't think of an answer. Jack approached, knife almost disappearing from his hand as he approached. First the cliff by the road, then the river. Maybe you stick around because you hoped something bad would happen. No, I just thought, what, that some loose in the woods that actually needed your help? Well, yeah, I can be plenty helpful. Like your dad. Oh yeah, real helpful like your dead dad, Dave, fuck, that's 3 D words in a row. And they all have like an A sound, that's bad. No, I don't like it. Fucking maybe? I don't know. When I looked around, I was sitting on the sofa while Jack looked around the room as if he knew the place. Be honest with yourself, Dave. Your dad was the hero, the police officer. Your mother, an accomplished surgeon. But you, a child. I'm more than that, aren't I? Are you? Compared to your friends, you're nothing special. Even Tyson has more going on for him, and he dropped out of school. I've got to be. And what if you can't? What if I can't? Maybe you're better off dead. Yeah. Maybe I am better off dead. That's it, Dave. It'll be all over soon. I lifted my head to look at him, and he approached with that knife. I was frozen to the spot. I could feel something prickling at my neck. It felt so natural, my breath picking up along with it my heartbeat, all as I closed my eyes and waited for Jack to do what he almost did in the forest. Some part of me deep down expected a gunshot, but I knew it wouldn't come. Just give up, Dave. Let whatever happens, happen. Yeah. Oop. I sat up suddenly in bed. My hand went back to my chest. I was already breathing hard. I felt hot, and what I hoped was just sweaty as my eyes started across the room. Where was I? What happened? What time was it? My mind was still racing with what happened in the forest, how I'd gotten back if barely would have happened if I'd only been a little slower. I gulped, hand going to my neck right before I could still feel the very edge of Jack's knife threatening my throat. As my fingers tightened around my neck, I wheezed in pain from what I'd only just avoided. Everything it just seemed was a dream, or at least I hoped so. Struggling to piece together what had happened to end up in my room, the door opened. Roswell kept his eyes averted as he closed the door, as far as resting his head on it before he talked to me. Thank God you're alive. He sighed, turning to me and making his way over. Kinda hoped you'd still be sleeping because, well, this is gonna be hard to ask. I shifted over so he could sit on the bed, but even then he didn't take up much room. How are you holding up? Did you, Roswell scratched his head, fiddling with his hands and tried to figure out what to say. So I should start with, you're safe, I guess. Not that we found that rabbit. Should have been having a shootout with the Jackson mercenary involving all being conscripted. Orlando's hit, but he should make it. Oh, that's fucking rough. Like, what? Are you like NCOs now? Oh, man. The game just suddenly turned into an FPS. A furry FPS. Alright, here's a gun. Now you need to shoot Jack. Tightening in my chest made itself known as the panic came back. No, Dave, it's alright. Benson's been on a warpath to try and find him. We've seen hide nor, well, that's what he's told Oswin anyway. Felt sick. I doubled over in bed. That's when I realized that I wasn't wearing my hoodie. I patted myself down, looking for what I found in the woods. When you backed out, we couldn't leave in the foyer. That's when something fell out of your pocket. I snatched it up. Dean and Tyson put you in the bed after. Seemed to have a long discussion about what had happened among themselves over it too. What had happened. Part of it lingered fresh in my mind from my dream. Made me quake and lost out there. Dave, what's been happening with you? I only ask because, well, the moment most people realize you're awake, we all have questions for you. Oh, no. No, that wasn't, the drugs weren't actually mine. I found those in the woods. Like, where did you go? Why? Who was that? I wheezed, the grip tightening on my chest. No. Sorry, I'm just worried. What if my best friend had died? What if Oswald had overdosed you with, well, I'm sure it's only sodium amatil, but he also said it had some hypnotic properties. Is that why he had such bad dreams? Like, did you want me to go? I can just pretend you're still asleep, but someone's going to get you out of bed at some point. He got up, shooting me a smile so fleeting it might as well never have happened. I'm glad you're alive, Dave. Hopefully you'll feel better soon. Roswell got up off the table got up off the bed. Why did I say table? Got up off the bed and wandered over to the door, closing it behind him. I could hear him talking to someone just on the other side of the door before continuing on his way. I lay back down, sighing out. I was happy that I was alive, or at least I assumed so. Maybe I was just thankful that I was alone again. Turning over, I cuddled my pillow and tried not to think of anything, but it was always the same thought process, wondering what if, and if I really should have survived. It'd been twice I'd considered dying then and there, so was it now that my life was directly threatened that I knew I didn't want to die? I sighed, quivering in bed. It wasn't because I knew better. At some point I blacked out again, swimming in my thoughts. Had the drug really been that potent, or was I that exhausted that I couldn't tell anymore? Oh, so he just got clonked the fuck out. Yeah, he just got hit with the fucking knockout drug. Go eat, Dave. That's the new version of Go Piss Girl. Go eat, Dave. There should be a comma there so we can make sure we don't eat Dave. My street came into view just as I remembered it. There wasn't really any issue with me going outside to play growing up. I liked outside for the most part. Next door, what used to be Roswell's house was still there, although I never went inside. It was always easier to have him come inside, given how often his dad was around to make sure we stayed out of trouble. Speaking of, Tyson's house was several doors down and looked much the same after many years. Tyson had changed, but his house sure hadn't. Orlando had come over. Hoss had two, if only once. Sal was probably the only one that hadn't been over. Not that there really wasn't much to show these days. Yeah, Dave and his weird fucked up dad hallucinations. Granted, he's been having those for a while. And what do you mean by eat? No, we don't do vor. We don't do vor here. We don't do vor. Hell, even Dean had driven by to pick me up on one of our outings, but never actually had the nerve to come inside. Or maybe he was just waiting for an invitation that I never thought to offer. Oh yeah, I did play the vor game. You know, I still see ads for like Tribal Hunter on Fur Affinity every so often. Yeah. The days of people coming over were long over. Shy of Tyson, who'd come over to keep me company. I'd rather not be in the house. It was the only place I didn't like to spend my time anymore. Or threw it on the way to the kitchen, or from the front up door up to my room upstairs. Then there was my room, a comfy bed, an adjoining bathroom, my desk littered with different pots of paint. Not that I used most of the colors these days. I wasn't colorblind, or at least I didn't think so. Some years ago when I noticed Mom and Dad acting different around one another, some of them just started to look the same. Not that it didn't hurt. Not that it didn't stop me from getting things in different colors. I like colors. The few special things I collected in the top drawer of my desk. All of them various shades of blue, but these days, they all look the same. Dad? Turned around and there he was, standing in the doorway of my bedroom, looking proud of himself. Why'd you have to die? There wasn't an answer to that question, but I asked it anyway. He couldn't answer. Instead, all I could see was his face he pulled when he wasn't sure of something and worried that he was letting me down. My friends might coddle me, but I paid attention to what people felt, what they did when they were sad. Maybe not as good as Hoss was at picking out how other people were behaving, but I knew basic things. No, his dad's dead. His dad's dead as fuck. What do you mean? How would that be him in reality? Unless Dave's fucking also dead and he's in heaven right now. It was a question that was stumping me for the moment I was told. Maybe I just refused the answer in favor of just hoping Dad would end up coming home. The only thing I can think of from that day is how... If I wasn't broken enough, the cemetery finished me off. The only thing I can think of from the day is how my mom looked and the tightness of Ty's hand holding mine. It's funny given how until now I hadn't considered that maybe I hadn't cried then. I knew Mom didn't, so maybe without Dad I just copied what she was doing though. Just copied what she was doing because I didn't know how to process what was happening. His dad was a cop, so he probably shot an unarmed black teenager. Don't worry, Chad, I'm black. I can make those jokes. Oh, that's a tonal shift. I'm sorry. When I woke up, I felt different. Not better, but different. Sitting up, I swung my legs over to the side of the bed and rubbed my head, rasping out another breath before pushing myself to my feet. I put on a shirt, and in a daze, I slumped on the floor of my room, staring at the ceiling. If I left, I'd be asked questions I didn't want to answer. Not that I was waiting long before the door opened. Dave? Oh God, what happened? Why are you on the floor? He's just fucking taking a second to catch himself. It's fine. The floor is nice. That reminds me of that one line from Dragon Ball Z Abridged. Hugs are nice. Sat back up slowly. I sat up slowly, looking at him. Linda was nice, a great friend, in a lovely shade of yellow. Couldn't smell the cinnamon, so maybe I was still dreaming. Came to sit next to him on the floor, carefully moving my head around so he'd look at me. Are you okay? Didn't have the heart to answer him, knowing that I couldn't say anything positive, leaving my answer as a gradual look towards the floor and a sigh. Well, I'm happy you're alive. Once again, I felt his comment without a reply. I left his comment without a reply, instead watching him stand back up and then to the hand he offered out to me. Come on, let's head downstairs. Everyone will want to he trailed off, slowly easing back his hand. Okay. Not all I could say anything more. I was afraid that I'd start coughing. If I could ask for anything, it'd be water, but I realized the excuse to not have to say anything, and I wanted to hold on to it as long as I could. Maybe all these characters aren't the colors we're seeing them as. Maybe like fucking that'd be so hilarious. That would explain the backgrounds though. It's just like, dude, what? It's like, yeah, I mean, it's like everything looks. Oh man, it's like that fucking Adventure Time meme you see going around where people are like, why is no one talking about like what was her name, Dr. Princess? Now she's human. It's like, what the fuck? She's green, bro. Have y'all seen that Tumblr post? Where it's like, why is no one mentioning that she's human? You're like, what do you mean human? She's green. Yeah, Dr. Princess. Reaching out for Orlando, he offered up his hand, and I took it gingerly. It was warm. He propped me up so I was standing. Dave, I sighed out, visibly torn between wanting to hug me and give me space. Oh God, do colorblind people not realize that the Hulk is green? That he's not just a bigger, regular, peachy human? They're waiting. Oh God, the people in the walls, they're waiting. I don't think anyone gives us any sugar in this route. Each step I took felt heavy, with Orlando standing beside me. He said nothing else, instead just lingering nearby, just in case. Maybe if I fell over, maybe he wasn't sure what he was sent to ensure I arrived. I didn't know. As we got closer, I could hear the others talking among themselves, and their tones seemed like a serious discussion in hushed tones. Maybe in case I overheard them, but for the most part, I was processing it as white noise. Then I arrived in the dining room, causing a hush to fall over the entire group. This visual novel has gotten fucking so good. So good. Can Tyson recognize some colors, or is he also partially colorblind? Everyone was here, although it seemed Oswald was lingering near the back, looking thoughtful about something. My friends, though, each wore a look of worry as I looked at each of them in turn. There was a tightness in my chest, lingering even as I crossed the floor to sit down in the chair reserved for me, kept my eyes on the table, waiting for what was to happen. Caught Haas patting Orlando on the shoulder as he approached, sighing out. Alright, it's no easy way to say this, Dave, but what happened yesterday? That's not funny. You scared the hell out of us, and well, we're lucky you're still here. Oh man, it's the fucking Smash theme song. Remaining quiet, I opted to look at everyone else, finding each of their eyes before looking away. Fuck. Hello, bud. Yeah, I'm talking about color blindness because okay, have you all seen that one post about Dr. Princess? Okay, inspired by a Reddit post, there's just like, an Adventure Time Reddit post, and it's like, isn't Dr. Princess a human? Does nobody acknowledge that? If she's not human, what is she? She's green, bro. No, hold on, I'm colorblind. What the hell? And then they brought up the fact that, yeah, Finn is actually colorblind canonically in the series. And it's just like that one moment from where they're fucking doing the fucking Ruby Gem or whatever thing. They're like, sometimes red things are gray. Yeah, you're a little colorblind, and there's nothing to be ashamed of. Then you're just like, oh wow, yeah, I can see why you think Dr. Princess will be human. She genuinely looks like the same shade as Finn. And he's like, oh. The only thing you say by a knife in as a prank. Remember the fucking Killer Clown Summer? Well, not Killer Clown Summer, but fucking, it was like toward the beginning of the school year a few years back. Okay, not a few years back. It was more than 5. Make a show of going off and no one caring. Then you do it again yesterday and almost died coming back. None of us know what's going on, but you've changed since we arrived. Why? You all know how the fucking thing in the vault works, right? His dad died not too long ago, and this is like 3 times he's been sent trauma. Like, trauma straight to his brain. I know this was my idea and all, but I didn't think you'd grill him so hard when you agreed, Haas. Did you not catch the part where he almost died, Roswell? It's bad enough that our phone reception has been cut for whatever reason. Oh, that's not good. I thought to check my phone, but carefully my hand went to my pocket, finding that I left my phone upstairs. There's no reception anymore. Or I meant to call for help from him. Don't mean anything by it, but maybe you should be a little more gentle. Look at him. I mean, it's clear that, like, Jack isn't just some normal, regular knife murderer. He's clearly after the vault, thinking it's some sort of time machine. Maybe all of this could be assuaged by, David telling him that, no, dude, it's not a time machine. It's just a trauma device. It just sends you images of traumatic things in your future. And you don't even get to choose what you see. It's not like there's any clear, like, press here to make it work. It just sucks. It just sucks. Like, yeah, it's useful, but he's using it really worth it. Because Dave's already cracking from the pressure, and he's only used it 3 times. Also, hello, Cot Compot. This game can fit so much trauma. Can he, though? Because he's, again, 3 traumatic deaths. Okay, he's also experienced, 4 traumatic deaths, counting his father. And then there's getting chased by Jack. Oh, okay, well, honestly, Jack was not the breaking point. He's probably like even if he wasn't already at the trauma point, I feel like being chased by Jack would still like physically drain him. That is true. It might be a time machine if you can get it open. But if you open it up and and it's the One Piece is inside there, boom, that's it. That's what's inside the vault, the One Piece. Dave's gonna become Pirate King. There, that's the joke. That's the joke, chat. Now they were talking like I couldn't understand them. My eyes went to Dean and he quickly looked away, instead looking to Haas. Just, come on, you can be nicer about it, Haas. Fine. Dave, what's been going on? No one's told me anything, so I'm left here to figure this all out. But after yesterday, I guess it's because it's not ours to tell. Can I just say how bullshit that is? I'm sorry, but if my friend is upset, hurting, or even dying, it sucks that I just have to sit by and watch because everyone's doing something to fill me in on it. Drop it, Haas. I will not. Look at him. He's sitting there in a daze, and who can blame him? He barely escapes death, gets drugged the moment he gets inside, and does anyone remember the last time he ate? Daze. At least not unless he's been sneaking food when no one else is around. Right. Jackson be hedonist, who likes his job, to be fair. Again, the good old days, the way you spell things is fascinating. You know that? To be fair. Like, deadass, I thought, I was like, what the fuck do you mean, be fair? Yeah, it's canon. Finn is genuinely colorblind. Snaps at him. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. I'm not sure if that's what happened, but oof. So I tried catching my eye, but I shied away. I was right. Even now, I wasn't all that hungry. Yeah, that's just depression, man. That's just a symptom of depression. Am I going crazy, or is no one else worried enough about this? Fine, he's sad. We'll just pick him back up. Dude, he's sad? That's the best you can do? Ty tensed, and I tried catching his eye. Instead, he just stared Hoss down to little effect. Well, Dave, mind explaining this? Plain view of everyone, Hoss set down the syringe and bottle I'd found in the woods on the table. Well? Hoss marched his way down the length of the room, and the moment Hoss had finished talking, and with purpose, swiping up both and turning it over in his hand. What in the world? How did you get this? Went to explain, but I couldn't find the words. It was easy to say that I just found them in the woods, but the words just didn't come. It's fine. I'm gonna test on the vial to see if what's on the label matches up. Vincent, if you would give me a hand. The likeliest talk is one best without us present. Very well, sir. The tiger. They're all the same look. What is that? I feel like I know what that's from, but I can't remember the name. Oh, the drugs. It's just like, I found those in the woods. I went to a campsite, found them in the dirt. Oh, man. The two of them left, taking with them what I'd found in the woods away. Not before everyone had a good chance to see exactly what Hoss had presented. Uh-oh. Please tell me that wasn't what fell out of Dave's pocket. But I don't understand. What? Where? Zoolander. Huh. Must have seen him from a clip, because I've never watched Zoolander properly. Why'd you have something like this? Did you get it out in the woods? Did you go in the woods to use it? You didn't. Dave talked to us. Did you try to? No, I refuse to believe it. They won't kill. Oh, fuck. This is suicide. Mad and shame. How far does one have to go in order to have tried? Had I even tried or just thought about it? Well, it sure looks like it. How else would he try injecting himself with the disease? Oh, that's a disease? No, I hadn't. That is something I found in the woods. I don't know. We all just been bad friends. God, oh man, this is tough. This is rough. I know the one where I'm pretty sure that one with the stare down is also from Zoolander, but I'm not sure. Hoss sighed out, running his hand through his mane. This can be our fault, at least not entirely, right? I'd like to think Dave would tell us if we did something. Right, but he hasn't, so this is all one big misunderstanding. Maybe, but he is right here. No need to talk about him like he's not here. Maybe, but he is right here. No need to talk about him like he's not here. May as well have not been with how many words remain lost somewhere in my head. What was there to say? What possible excuse could I have had? Closed my eyes and sighed out quietly while the others continued to talk. They weren't saying much, just speaking about why I had what I had and speculating on if I had planned to kill myself. Oh, fuck, dude, this is not cool. What is that? Is that what the "for ants" line comes from? Because I've seen it memed on a bit. They were worried, panicking that they were about to lose me. Maybe. I just wish I wasn't already lost my own head. I could tell them I was alright. It's alright. Let's go, Dave. Let them die. Whatever happens, happen. Dude, you... Those words again. The first ones uttered by someone that sounded like Dad. They were comforting. It was just a reassurance that things are okay. It was the permission that I was allowed to not be constantly on guard. Second, though, I couldn't place the voice, but it was familiar. Not Dad or even Mom, but maybe more like me? I wasn't sure. My eyes again, looking out at the others. Taz and Hoss by the scruff, and in turn, Dean had his. They were fighting over something someone said, I think. Roswell holding his nose, and Elena was rubbing his back, all while Sal acted as a barrier between them and the other three. Sorry. Oh, fuck. Hell yeah, Remnant 2. Honestly, I love it when games have essentially a kill switch, because they're like, okay, we acknowledge that maybe you're going to fuck up and get yourself stuck, so you know what? Have this, please. it just kills you. Like in Lies of P, they give you the last resort, which just fucking murderizes you. And you generally have like no reason to use it, because there's an item that teleports you to the nearest star, to like to the most recent stargazer checkpoint, and then back to like the hub area. So all at once they stopped to stare at me, and once more my eyes went down to the table. Don't worry about it, Dave. Well, hang on, I want to know what he's sorry for. He apologized. Leave him alone. Yeah, the dark sign. Well, sorry, guess it's time to die. Oh man, honestly, I'm annoyed that the dark sign doesn't like drop your souls. It should drop your souls down, you know? It shouldn't just fucking toss them into the void. Like, come on. Oops. Drop some. Not getting into this again. We can't help him if he doesn't let us in. But you can't force it. What if it just makes it worse? I clutched my chest, feeling my heart beat faster from the stress. What could I say? What could I do? What would make all of this stop? Unless you're going to explain what's wrong with him, then I'm going to keep pushing until I can latch on to something that'll let me help him. Looked to Tyson, pleading with him silently. Couldn't be the one to explain. If I did, it'd make it more real. Oh, so it's like the fucking explodey physic from Elden Ring. Okay, I know that. Okay, everyone agrees that physic is like objectively ass, but it's but people love it because it's just hilarious. It's just it's just the suicide attack physic. Because like, yeah, it doesn't have to kill you. The fact that you just run at someone and explode is hilarious. It like the damage it does is honestly insane if you even slightly optimize it. You sure? He had his eyes on me, waiting for me to do something, hinting one way or the other. All it took was a nod, and he sighed out, scratching his head. Shit, I didn't think I'd have to be the one to do this, but alright. See, the thing is, I didn't need to listen to Ty's version of it. I can remember it all I can remember it all vividly in my head, like it happened only a couple minutes ago. It was any other normal day, really. Just didn't think it'd become as bad as it did. Oh, we're learning how his dad died. Oh. Dave, mind giving me a hand for a sec? But Dad, TV. Since when did TV trump your old man? I laughed, grinning broadly as I lay back on the sofa. I don't know. TV is pretty good. Dad wandered out of the kitchen to stand in the doorway leading to the lounge room. Oh, is it now? Come on, champ, please? Well, only because you said please. We both laughed and I got up off the sofa, wandering closer. Oh fuck, what is this? What is in this flashback? Because this is the day 14 thing, right? They knew he was dead, but there's probably some details about how he died that makes it more fucked. We both laughed and I got up off the sofa, wandering closer. I remember him throwing his arm over my shoulder as I got close and we wandered into the kitchen. So what did you need, Dad? I'm trying to find the takeout menus. Wait, that's all? They should be in the bottom drawer. That's what I thought, but they aren't there. Maybe Mom moved them? She better not have moved them. She's picky enough as it is, and quite a collection going to make sure there's a variety. It'd be nice if we got to have another family meal together again. Usually it's just me and Ty, sometimes you, and if Mom's around, it's just her and me. Well, you know how work is for both of us. You'd love to be here, or at least I know I would. After all, how would I not like spending time with my favorite son? Dad, I'm your only son. Well, I guess so. Maybe I should adopt Tyson so you have some competition. Don't you dare. I don't know, I'm making, like, the Dave's voice out to be lighter, like this wasn't, like, a fucking month ago. Where is it? probably make myself some more tea, because goddamn, this is murdering my throat. Again, we both laughed as we scoured the kitchen for the menus. I hadn't thought much about the statement until now. The thought of Tyson officially becoming family somehow felt right. Okay, a year ago, whatever. The house is going to explode or something. There, I said it. What we had worked fine enough, and we didn't need to share a last name for it either. So, what are your plans for tonight? I'm assuming the same as usual. I'll caught up on homework, so maybe I'll get some paper and make something. Tyson still coming over? Was he always coming over? When is he not over, sport? Either way, I invited him over. Got some stuff to ask him anyway. What kind of stuff? Guy stuff. Right, I'm a guy, so he can tell me too. Well, it's a bit more mature than that. Stopped looking for the menus to turn to him. He was scratching his chin and thinking it over. Maybe when you're older. Tyson thought, great, I'm a second older now, so do I qualify? Not yet. And now? Nope. How about now? So help me, David, I will turn this car around. Again, we broke out into a laughing fit, and almost immediately I heard Dad's telltale gasp of triumph. Score 1 for Dad. Menus have been found. Aren't you at work tonight? Why are you looking for menus now, anyway? What? Can I buy Can I buy dinner for my favorite son and his... I told in my head, curious. Competition? Dad. What? Am I not allowed to treat you to some food if I want? That's one of the perks of being a dad, I'll have you know. I'm not going to turn down free food, but I don't know, seems kinda strange. Do you even know what I want to order? No, but I can solve that by just getting everything I'd get. Well, if Ty's coming over, are we getting dinner for him too? Yep, can't have him going hungry now, can we? Of course not. Should I wander down and see if he's coming, or you could just shoot him a message on your phone. But outside, fine, but don't go getting hit by a car, or talk to strangers, or get lost, or set anything on fire. His house is only just down the street. Awfully suspicious that you're not readily promising a police officer. Awfully suspicious that you're not readily promising a police officer that you won't go causing trouble. Rokenjima. What do you mean, Rokenjima? What is that? Well, maybe I will go cause trouble. I'll put recycling in the trash and say mean words to someone. You dork. Go out and see what Tyson's doing and I'll see you in a bit. But please don't go causing trouble. I know you won't, but gotta do the dad thing. I know. Promise, Dad. Umineko. Oh man, this is like Tyson from. Oh, that's gonna be fucking rough. For just wandering down the street, I went without shoes. It was a warm enough day, and I'd walked the path down to Tyson's house enough times that I could almost do it blindfolded. But like most times I went over, I had to be careful. Mostly because his dad sometimes didn't like being around. He smelled funny. He was mostly just angry. Any chance I would have it, though, Ty was just sitting outside on his front deck. Ty! His ears perked up and he noticed me. Not that it was hard for me to miss, but he seemed to be distracted with his phone. Oh, hey! Oh, it's so nice and just seeing like happiness. Yeah. It's just like the way Tyson's face lights up just because like Dave's coming over. It's so nice. What's going on? So I went off and he checked it again before shoving it in his pocket. As for me, I leaned over the fence watching him. Apparently, I'm babysitting tonight. Oh, hey, it's a job, right? Although, who do you babysit? Your dad, apparently. No, who'd let you babysit? Oh, he got him. He fucking got him. Oh, your dad, apparently. Took a second for the comment to sink in, and I huffed as Ty got up and joined me for the walk back. Is your dad not around? Worked this morning, then promptly passed out drunk after an hour of getting home. If it didn't smell so strong inside, I'd let you hang out. Tempting, but alternatively, Dad's apparently ordering us food for dinner. Oh yeah? What's he going with? Apparently, what he'd order. He admitted he doesn't know what I normally want, so he's deciding for me. But Tyson, how could you recap the parts you weren't there for? Hey, how about you shut up and listen? That's always the thing with these parts, with these kind of things. It's like, how do you know what you weren't there for? Just fucking bear with me. It's for the audience. Dude, you barely know what you want unless we order from that one store that only does fried chicken. Even then, it's a pain getting you to pick what sauce packets come with it. But there's so many. There's like 6, Dave. That's so many. Is Dave? Okay, so Dave's not totally normal. He's never been totally normal. Remind me not to suggest you pick first on anything ever then. I'll get better at it eventually. Just, I don't know, why pick when all the options are good? Dad, we're back. Oh, really? Yes? His eyes went from me to Tyson, still awkwardly standing in the doorway. Oh, come on in. Come on in. No need to be that nervous. Hey, David. It's a pleasure to meet your acquaintance, son. Back to you as well, Mr. Beck. It took a moment of him rubbing me vigorously on the head to clue in what he meant. No, bad dad joke, bad dad. Yeah, it sure is from Dave's perspective. I didn't visual novels from Dave's perspective. I don't think it's actually back. I think that was just a bad dad joke. I'm your best dad, I'll have you know. You're my only dad. Still counts. Ty closed the door behind him and shuffled past, staying in the middle of the living room instead of blocking the front entrance. Both watched as he slumped down on the sofa, rubbing his face. Hey, what's the matter, bud? Something got you down? Nah, I'm fine. Well, if that ever changes, just let me know. Holloway. But for now, what are my 2 favorite guys want for dinner? Ty's face lit back up, his tail thumping against the sofa. What happened to picking what you'd order? What we'd order? But there's so many good options, I couldn't decide. God, you two are alike. Guess you're the only one that gets to pick tonight, Tyson. What'll it be, champ? Dad handed over his neat stack of menus over for Tyson to look through while he turned to me. What do you think he's going to pick? I don't know, probably from the chicken place. The one where they get it all crispy and then dust it off with seasoning salt? Or the one that comes from that military rooster place? I can hear you, you know. Busted. All 3 of us laughed, Honestly, I don't think so. That might be like a fucking 90s thing, because I've never heard of a takeaway menu. I just assumed Dave's dad was just kind of sneakily stealing menus. Usually nowadays we just look them up on our phone. I missed laughing that heartily, and nothing had really gotten me in the mood to do so for a long time. I'll leave you guys to it then. I'm going to get something done real quick, and I'll be back to place the order for dinner before I get ready for work. Alright, catch you in a bit. So, dinner. Hey, I'm still picking. Cut me some slack. He narrowed it down to 2, the rest sitting off to the side on the coffee table. The bit never came. What do you mean, bit? So we're having chicken? Yes. There's a problem with that? No, chicken is good. I like chicken. Oh good, we're getting chicken. And don't worry about the sauces, I've got it covered. Oh well, cool. Now just wait until Dad gets back? I headed upstairs to my room and I collapsed on the bed while Ty took the chair at my desk. So, what do you want to do tonight? I don't know. I didn't know you were coming over until Dad mentioned it. I'm basically always over. What would that matter? You can play a game or something and I can watch, or we'll watch a movie or something. I don't know. Is there something you wanted to do? We could go out somewhere. Nah, I'd rather not go anywhere. Besides, if we got food coming to us, there's no point. Suppose that's true. How about we start the games and watch a movie while we eat and then go from there? Guess that works, sure. Oh, fuck. Ty, what's the matter? You're normally more, I remember struggling with how I wanted to phrase it without seeming mean. Granted, I should have known that even if I did say something mean, he would have just turned it back on me. Nah, I'm fine. Just thinking about stuff. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah? Cool stuff or guy stuff? Oh, so like what Dad was talking about. What? He told you? Only that you two needed to talk about guy stuff and that he'd tell me when I was older. Fuck, don't scare me like that. What? It's not that bad, is it? I mean, you could talk to me about it too if you wanted. Being kind of gay. Oh, God. Maybe when you're older? God, everyone treats Dave like he's a fucking kid. You know that? You know that? Like, this was like a year ago. Weren't they both out of college? Well, yeah, they're both done with high school, and I think Dave's like done with college or something. Maybe when you're older? That's Dad's line. You can't pull that one on me, too. Not too bad. I am. Suck it up. I rolled my eyes and sat down to look at him. Well, fine. Maybe I won't tell you about my guy stuff. I don't care about who you're fucking. Hey, first of all, you totally do. Second, I haven't hooked up with anyone. Yeah, that's the whole saving yourself shtick. You sure your buddies haven't tried playing wingman for you yet? And he's still being babied. Not quite in college, or just starting. Maybe if I asked them? Maybe I just haven't met the right guy yet, too. One look at your phone would tell me you're being a perv, though. Who's being a pervert? Who's being a pervert? Dad leaned in the doorway looking at us. You two behaving? Yes, sir. Nope. Well, in that case, I'm gonna borrow one of you that is behaving while I order dinner. What? Am I meant to just stay here? Yeah, we can't be that long, can we? Won't be long at all. Oh, fuck, this is gonna go horribly. Just gonna get our guide chat out of the way. Won't be long at all. Just gonna get our guide chat out of the way, and then we're good to go. Oh, we're doing it now. Sorry, bud. Better chat about it now while we have time, given how I work. Alrighty, already made you wait for it. Now, I'm not gonna feel right until you get a chance to get this stuff off your chest. This sounds like a lot more serious than what I thought it was going to be. Maybe only a little bit. It's a good chat, though. I can promise that much. You're older than last year's Kamen Rider. Oh, man. That's always rough. Being older than the people than your fucking heroes. Looking to Tyson, I saw him nodding, if only barely. It's wild to me that I was younger. I started playing that. Persona 5 came out exactly when I was at that exact moment in high school. I was the second year in high school, and that game came out, and I was like, "Wow, this is gonna be this is gonna zonk me, isn't it?" Yeah, good talk. Shouldn't take too long, so just sit tight. Oh, it's twice the age of your faves. Oh, wow. They wandered off back downstairs, and I was left puzzled as to what they went to talk about. There's something that I hadn't even thought to ask about to this day either. The other stuff just seemed more important. Maybe not important, but for sure distracting. I wandered over to my desk and looked at my art supplies. Nothing really drawing me as far as working on something now, so I just pulled out a square of paper and started folding. I'd gotten into origami when Orlando had given me a beginner set for my birthday one year, and I liked how by just folding paper I was able to make stuff. It was a process, and while I wasn't great at it, I liked what I usually ended up with. Dude, fucking, the announcement is bonkers. I wanted a PS3 so I could play Persona 5, and then I ended up buying a PS4, that was fine enough. The downside was that it typically took a while for me to get anywhere, following the instructions with the book I had, and before I knew it, a whole hour had passed, me just sitting there with a single quadruple lopsided wolf. I wonder what's taking them so long. Got a lot of guys stuff to talk about, bucko. Dinner's all ordered, and Tyson's still downstairs. Promise that he's all yours now. We headed downstairs together, with Dad wandering off to have a shower and get ready for work, while I looked for Tyson. Tyson, where are you? There he was, sitting at the dining table with a cup of coffee, and he looked upset. Oh, fuck. Ty? Turned to look at me, flashing me a quick smile before drinking from his cup. Hey, sorry, didn't hear you. You doing alright? Yeah. I made you this while I waited, I guess. What's this? An origami wolf? Looks like I got hit by a car. Oh god, that's gonna be foreshadowing, isn't it? Rude much? Hey, not my fault. I call it like I sees it. You talked to your dad about guy stuff for long enough? Ty looks, I'd call it sad, but it was something more than that. Worried, maybe scared. Couldn't quite place it. You bought the super special edition? Man, I did too. I pre-ordered Persona 5. Still got the stuff from it too. Oh my god. Did you know, I was working on the brand new Animal video earlier today. Did you know there's a motherfucker in that show called Brian Griffin? Straight up Brian Griffin. I think it's in like episode 2. Yeah. I joined him at the table and we sat for the next little bit while he finished his coffee. It's kind of nice, just waiting around, taking the afternoon slowly. Eventually we'd have dinner and it'd just be the same as any other day. Alright boys, I'm off. Ty was lazing about on the sofa while Dad walked by. They shared a mutual thumbs up before Dad went outside. Dad, wait up! He turned to me, looking much like Tyson did when I found him in the kitchen. What bothered me was more that he didn't say goodbye. He turned to me, looking much like Tyson did when I found him in the kitchen. What bothered me was that he didn't say goodbye like he normally did. It was, maybe it was just something that was growing up, but I liked seeing him off to work. Rushed up to him and he hugged him around the middle. He didn't say goodbye. Oh, Dave. Put his arms around me quickly, hugging me close and pressing his nose to the top of my head. Breathing deep inside out, rubbing my back. Ah, fuck. That's what it's like to have managers. If no one did it, well, if they don't do it, what would we pay managers for, Gillett Archer? I love you too, kiddo. I love you too, Dad. Have a good night at work? As he eased back, I did too, but he lingered, holding the back of my head and pressing his forehead to mine. I will. Dave? Yeah? Keep Tyson out of trouble. Said all I needed to say, and before I knew it, I was leaning on the mailbox, watching his car pull it out the driveway and disappear down the street. And I went as well as it could have, up to a point. Tyson and I played games, ate dinner, then just lounged and waiting until Dad got back. Chances were that we'd be up until the early hours of the morning, but I was keen to see him again. It was late, not nearly late enough, but the flashing on blue lights clued me in that Dad was coming home. I was excited. Oh no. Threw open the door to greet him home, but normally he'd switch the lights off before coming inside. Told myself he'd just forgotten, that he was just eager to get back inside and see me again. That's not Dad. Dad's police buddy coming to the door. Something was wrong, but it was just to say that Dad had to stay late. Maybe he'd gone to say something, but maybe there was some misunderstanding. But no, Hoyt told me that Dad wouldn't be coming home. Not tonight, not ever. Hoyt Barker. I'm assuming that's his name. Hoyt Barker. But no, by the time they'd gotten him to the hospital, it was too late. Word stunned me in a way that I couldn't process. Sound, scent, and color. Tyson was there yelling maybe while I was wandered back inside for days. Dad was dead. My dad was dead. Never to come home again. Never say he loved me or be there when I was upset, scared, or frightened. Not ever again. I wind out, tugging on my ears. Seems as though Tyson had finished telling his version of the story. Stood suddenly, kicking the chair that I'd been in. It's not fair. I knew they were staring, but I didn't care. Screamed louder, but I just couldn't. Why did he have to? My knuckles went wide under my fur. How hard I gripped the table while I whined again. Something inside me was throbbing, breaking, cracking, or even shattering into pieces. Why did? It was like a dam burst and my face became wet with every tear I hadn't shed since he died. Yeah, we figured his dad died, but honestly, this may make me sound like a bit of an asshole, but I expected a bit more. I cried, unrestrained, and it hurt deeper than anything else that had happened over the past few days. Ugh. The moment that I wanted to die would have been then, if only for the hope that I'd be able to see him again. I want my dad. I want. Tyson pulled me quickly and hugged me tight. Didn't stop the crying, but it gave me something to cling to. Almost to the point that I was starting to pull out his fur. must have hurt, but he didn't move, instead just supporting me in this awkward hug he'd put us in. I want my brother back. As I recalled my chest, and I found myself breathless with how he held me. Oh, big hugs. Big hugs. Dean was next, followed by Orlando, staying quiet but throwing their arms around us too. Then there was Hoss and Roswell, not nearly hugging as hard as the other two, but I could feel them near, and it was nice. It was helping. Hugs are nice. Damn right. I'm out of sippy juice. That's not good. Sal was last, almost throwing his arms around everyone. I was just continuing to bawl my eyes out long out after I lost the strength to stand. I was gonna, damn it, I know we have some wine. I was gonna be like, fuck, should I drink wine? Then it's like, wait, no, YouTube has rules against getting drunk during streams. They don't like that. Sal was last. I was throwing his arms around everyone, and I just continued to bawl my eyes out. Long after... My heart had been breaking for over a year, and now it felt like I was holding what broken pieces were left in my hands, desperately hoping someone would help me put them back together. Slowly, I started to realize that maybe I'll be okay. Maybe not right away, but maybe someday. Surrounded by the warmth of my friends, I passed out again, exhausted and drained of everything that had just happened. At least, I felt at peace. Okay, chat. Give me a second. What should y'all discuss? Chat, any ideas of what y'all should discuss while I go refill my fucking sippy juice? That's that. His mother was rarely home. Ty was just there half the time. I'm not okay, but I will be. Nothing bad ever happens to the... Fuck, what was the last name of Dave and Dave's family? Nothing bad ever happens to the fucking... Damn it, I know y'all just said it. Y'all know it's like, well, with me, chat, in one ear and out the other. Nothing bad ever happens to the Halloways. There, that's what I'm going to leave you with while I go, wait, what was the discussion? Yeah. Let's just do what Jose said. What would you do to join your favorite guild? Now I gotta go refill my fucking sippy cup. What's up, chat? I'm back. I'll take a second to pee. And listen to that the fucking opening theme to Neo the World Ends With You. Very good song. Amount of horror stories for I should have a good amount of horror stories to turn. Yeah, excellent trying, I guess. I don't want to do much of the app game. If Guild Invaders, the little setups, yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, that's true. I imagine joining creators isn't too hard, but like being good enough to like meet the guild master is apparently quite the feat. Because it took like fucking. Because you had to enlist the help of both Linan Seed and Dindalos to get that done. Huh? When I next opened my eyes, I was in my bedroom. I had no idea what time it was or how long I'd slept, but the first time in a few days, I had an appetite. Yay! Happy music! Across, yeah, we've been through hell? Yeah, we've, fucking... I forget what, Dark Night of the Soul. Well, maybe not, we've probably haven't crossed that yet, but we've definitely crossed the first hurdle of it. Hello, Anon. Didn't know you were here. Sitting up, I noticed a piece of paper, barely folded on my bedside table. I scanned the words and smiled. A note from Tyson saying that I was ready and we could talk if I wanted. Notice I left notes too, and Roswell saying that they love me, and Sal and Dean expressing that they'll support me in any way that I needed. And simply from Hollis was another offer to talk, but punctured with a simple apology. Wandering out of my room. Oh. Sorry, Anon, but you do know me. I have 2 brain cells, and they're both on loan. I kind of forgot who I left them with, but we're probably fine. We'll probably be fine. I sold my brain cells for my drip. Wandering out of my room, it seemed as though the house was quiet. Must have been really out for a while. Everything in the refrigerator looked good. I grabbed those things we left. Did you even heat them up, man? I hope you heated them up. When I tasted it, I recognized Orlando's cooking, and it reminded me of home. Maybe not in the literal sense, but a place of comfort far away from this place. My head was still swimming from the flood of emotions that I had been hit with earlier in the day, but now I was doing alright. I knew, though, that I wasn't going to get off that easy. Part of me wished I could just gush about my dad to the others so they'd understand, but Orlando and Roswell were there so they could possibly explain how big of a deal he was to me. Not them, then Tyson. He told them his side of the story after all. More importantly, I couldn't hide what I tried to do twice, then what happened with Jack. Most importantly, why I'd been messing with the vault. And realized that unless I leaned on it like a crutch, it wasn't all that useful. It wasn't really a time machine, but it had its uses. The main problem was putting it into words for the others to understand. Thankfully, with Oswald around, that'd make things a little easier. Bale understood it when he told me, but hearing it directly from him should help. I'm judging you, bud. What in the fuck are you doing? That's... Ugh. Ugh. God. Cold leftovers, that's... Ugh, that's... No. Rose go in, trauma comes out. Easy explanation. Yeah, I'm judging you for that. That's... Ugh. No. Yeah, there is a reason, Dave, and it's called depression. You're just depressed. That's really it. You have a case of like severe depression right now. Oh wow, I don't like that. The good old days. Don't like that. There was no reason I could think of to be tired all the time, but maybe I was so used to feeling this way that I never thought it could be the reason. That I suddenly become a morning person like Sal or even Hoss overnight. They go on, I caught some movement off to the side, hosting over to the doorway of some adjoining rooms. Our eyes meet for a moment before he gestured for me into the side room, heading on in without waiting. Oh fuck, this is a new background. Took a seat on the sofa in the room, and Hoss sat just far enough away that I had space on a separate chair. At first, he didn't say anything, seemingly thinking of his words before he broke the silence. I didn't expect it to be something that hard-hitting. I'm guessing they just literally never told anyone. Just like they didn't just like you just never told him that his dad was dead. Like, wait, your dad has been dead for like a year? It did? I sighed out, rubbing my head. Don't get me wrong, I can only imagine what it's like, but I think I understand a little. Losing someone that you're that close to, it must be rough. Ty, Roswell, and Orlando knew. Only those three, god damn. Damn. Yeah, it is. He nodded slowly, shifting in his chair uncomfortably. But it's not all bad, just mostly bad? What do you mean? Well, I don't know. Ty never left. Especially in the first week, he was, I don't know, intent on making sure I was okay. Stuff like making sure I ate, bathed, even sat outside for a bit each day to get some sun. So I have to be thankful for that at least. Take it from someone who, I guess, feels the same way. The fact that he called you a brother gives me an idea of where his head might be. I know I do the same for my siblings if something happened. Okay, so only... Dang. Damn. With no need to come after Hoss like this. I'm guessing... Okay, they kind of are bad friends, not really taking much investment in their friends' lives. But I'm also assuming that, like, Dave does not, like, tell them anything. Honestly, I expected the details to be much worse than what it was. She's like, oh, you're told about his death? I thought you'd see him get hit by, like, fucking mulched by a car or something. Like, Jesus. Maybe. I've never had a brother or sister, so Tyson's the only thing I've got that's close. Hoss nodded slowly, running his hands through his mane. When you woke up, did you breathe a note? Yeah, it was nice, I think. Something I wasn't used to, for sure. Well, that's a plus. Husband's been scarce since he took the syringe away. Otherwise, I'd be asking him if it was actually, well, what it said on the label. Didn't come back? Vincent did, but said that Osmond had stuff he wanted to think over. Maybe the test didn't go so great, so maybe he's wanting to hear it from you directly. If it wasn't so late, I'd probably go talk to him now, because I'd like to know too. So he really didn't, you know. Shook my head and nodded in understanding. Reaching out, he patted my shoulder, leaving his hand there for a bit. Sal has death perception. Like fucking... Damn it, I forget the name of the character. Good. I mean, we still don't really know what happened, but please don't hide the serious stuff anymore. It just makes us worry about you more. Okay, but Hosh, tomorrow is going to be a little hard. Hard? How? Yes, something awesome told me a while back. Something that probably led to everything being a mess. The vault? Something like that, yeah. I mean, I just expected it, to be more, oh yeah, that's what it is, Tsukihime! His fucking mystic eyes of death perception. There we go. It's like from the way they were phrasing it, I expected like, oh, like the fact that like they had to be like told directly about what happened. I felt like there's like some like major detail that they were missing. Not just that they were being told that, like, oh, that's what happened. Oh, jeez. Okay, it's fucking complicated. Please do not ask me about Tsukahime, well, not Tsukahime lore, Melty Blood lore, because it's fucking nonsense. Like, you know how whack Hasamo's lore is? Well, Tsukahime lore is also Tsukahime, but also Melty Blood, also Fate, and it's also, and like, Tsukahime was originally an ecchi, well, it was originally an ecchi visual novel, so yeah, just that. It's wild. Just don't go breaking it and trying to tell us. Bowser knows about it already. Just make sure he's in the room too, alright? I nod slowly, having had the same idea as my plan. Not that it was much of one, but having some backup when I had to bring up the task he set for me seemed like the right call. Tiredness caught me again. I yawned, rubbing my eyes. You should get back to bed. I can only imagine how exhausted you are. Yeah, I probably should. We both stood up, and I knew that if I didn't get back to bed soon, I'd probably comfortably pass out the moment I found somewhere nice to lay down. Hey, I'm sorry. Not just for forcing it out of you, but also just everything. Honestly, it's fucking baffling. Though, honestly, playing more gacha games has had me really appreciate at least how Life of Wonders handles Life of Wonders handles things, because you know there's not a single fucking pop-up in Hisamo or Live a Hero. Like, people like on the fucking gacha game subreddit, people complain about that all the time, offering deals, deluxe, blah blah blah. And it's like, dude, Hisamo does not do that. They offer you like 2 deals, and you can just buy them both, and then it's like, okay, we've got nothing. You can buy the monthly pack. Yeah, that's as far as we're going. It's so nice. It's so nice that they're like, sometimes have a, it's like, yeah, it's like, Hisamo does not like insist you for just spend money on it. And it's so chill because it doesn't demand that you sink like hours into it a day. Like you can do just fine getting all the stones you could, all the stones and stuff you could, and without like having to like go all deep into it. You can just like log in, do your day, do your weeklies, grind out the event, call it a day, and you'll be fine. Yeah, it does. Honestly, probably for the best, since it reminds you not to go hog wild. I shook my head and flashed him a quick smile. It's alright. Someone has to do it, right? Someone has to do it, right? Still, I'm sorry, Dave. Thanks, Hoss. See you in the morning? As long as you don't sleep the day away again. Got up to my room and sighed out, resting on the back door as I closed it behind me. I'd barely been awake for it, but the day had been long and tiring. Wandering over to my bed, I lay down and attempted to get some sleep. Sad as I was, part of me wanted to stay awake, fearing another dream like the one I'd had. Maybe just waking up sad upon seeing my dad again. Despite my mind and my heart not wanting to, my body needed rest and I slowly drifted off. These fucking dream sequences, man! Presumably Benson. I think Tyson. Dave is sleeping by like physical need at this point. Like, this is the first time he's eaten in like 4 days. Because honestly, he probably shouldn't have just shoveled food in his mouth. His body might have gone into shock. Opened my eyes, I knew I was dreaming again. Part of me wondered why I was still having dreams this vivid, but I didn't mind too much. At least not yet. I sat up in my bed, looking around in my room. Seeing it again made me wonder how I'd feel once I got back home. Like my chest reminded me that Dad wasn't there. Maybe Mom would be. Tyson would be there for sure. Whoa. Oh, cool. Fate fan games. That's nice. I can still hear his voice in my ear, calling me brother, hugging me tight, just being there for me. Memory of him talking to Dad before he went to work lingered though. Wondering if now I'd be considered old enough to finally know what sort of stuff they talked about. Finding myself downstairs, I looked around the room. wanted to see Ty again, not that it was much of an ask, given he was elsewhere in the same house, but I felt a longing that I hadn't been able to shake. Ty. Looking over the sofa, I saw him sitting there, looking stiff. Not that they seemed to be paying me much of any mind, but just seeing him put me at ease. What? I frowned, realizing the problem with what I was seeing. Just wanted to see you, I think. You dork. I'm not a dork for loving you, you jerk. Words were out of my mouth before I realized it. Mine filled with Tyson's reply almost immediately, along with the rolling of his eyes and a tired sigh. Not gay. I know, Ty, but like, what if you weren't? He didn't say anything, probably because I didn't know how the real Tyson would respond to something like that now of all times. All I know is that, I don't know. I think you're good enough if you wanted to be, you know? Sorry, I guess. I just wish I could have this talk with you in person without you getting so defensive. You know how that talk goes, though. You sure you want your heart broken? Dean's a good guy. Well, maybe I don't love Dean, alright? You don't love Dean? Well, we're not. I mean, he's... Like that Ty, uncertain. Dean and I weren't dating so much as I liked him. Maybe that just wasn't enough. Can we talk in the morning? Can we talk in the morning, I mean? What do you think? I'd like to think you'd want to talk to me. I guess you'll have to see in the morning. God, your mental ties to fucking, I don't know. I want to say a dick, but like, aware. Wait, did I fucking not read something? Everything slowly faded into an inky black, my mind settling back into an unconscious so I could rest. By the time I awoke, I felt different. Not better or worse, just different. I wasn't even sure that I felt rested, but I knew at the very least I didn't want to get any more sleep. Taking a shower to wake myself up properly, I dressed in some fresh clothes and headed on downstairs. It's the fucking man, dude. Oswin. Yeah, there. I remembered his name. We're good, chat. We're good. As I hit the stairs, I ran into Oswin, just about to head down himself. Morning. Yeah, good morning. We descended the stairs in silence, and once we reached the bottom, I fumbled for what I wanted to say. Are you upset with me? He froze in his tracks, turning slowly to face me. Should I be? Well, the needle and the bottle. I have questions to say the least, but now's not the time for that. Then later? Of course later. You have enough on your plate as it is, although I will say I expect answers. Right, yeah, that makes sense. But I have some questions too about, well, that. What kind of questions? You said we're not getting into it now, but just be ready for me to ask some questions too. Very well. Very well. When the time comes, I'll be sure to collect you for a little chat. Jeff, oh my god. Humbaba. I feel like I recognized the name before, but I don't know where it was. Together we made our way into the dining room, splitting off as I sat down with the others already at the table. Good morning. We turned to Sal, Rosal, and Hoss, all seemingly unsure of how to answer. Oh man, speaking of representation, what do you wish had more representation of in Asamo? Just like, in general. What kind of transients, Tokyoites, blah 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 blah. I turned to Sal, Rosal, and Hoss, all seemingly unsure of how to answer. Rosal nudged both Hoss and Sal before shooting me a quick smile. Morning, Dave. Sleep alright? Yeah. I slept. That's good, right? Do you need to sleep more? Could go back to bed if you wanted. Heliopolis needs any representation, let's be real here. Also, I did immediately think of Heliopolis when I asked that question, because, like, wow, they have nothing. Right, especially with yesterday being so... Gestured with his hand, filling in for the rest of the sentence. I think I'm good for now, at least. I just need to wake up some more and have something to eat. You name it and I'll make it. Honest. Maybe give him some space, Orlando. He's right here, can speak for himself. Just trying to be thoughtful. It's okay, really, I don't know. Sighing out, I shook my head. Don't worry, I've got this. Sit tight, Dave. No, Ty, it's okay. What I really want to say is sorry. You have nothing to apologize for. Well, to be fair, he kind of does, but that's for later. Yeah, that's true. We do only have 3 characters from, well, 4. Well, you know, Seth, Horus, Sphinx. Okay, yeah, you're right, 3. I'm dumb. That can't count. Fucking. I remember there being this one very important sci-fi movie. And it's actually the inspiration behind Moloch's design in SMT. I want Moloch, damn it. I want Moloch. Let's have him be the next character from Babylon. Okay, when I say Seth, I mean Ash. Let's be real here. Sorry for making everyone worry, and that I've well, the signs all around when I trailed off. Breathing in deep, I resolved myself to knitting what I was sorry for without a prompt from anyone else. I'm sorry I've been a shitty friend. We're just glad you're alive. Yeah, that's true. Now, I know I mentioned this before, but you feel like they'd mention the fact that the protagonist is a transient more often. Which, all things considered, about what happened, well... Also, the rules of the game seem to be bent around them a little bit. Because only people from Tokyo can be guildmasters, but the protagonist is a guildmaster. He is Tokyo-White. So Tokyo-White passing that he can be a guildmaster. Alright, let's not do this over breakfast. He hasn't even had coffee yet. Despite me saying that I was able to manage, Ty got up and wandered off towards the kitchen, presumably to get me something to drink. Oh, right, breakfast. Hang tight, Dave, I'll go make something. Before I could get a word in edgewise, he was hot on Tyson's heels and disappeared into the kitchen much the same. Is it alright if we just take today slowly? Damn. Apparently mixed blood is required to be a guildmaster. He's mixed as shit. And well, they are mixed as shit. So, like, Daikoku. Okay, y'all say that, but then when Daikoku does it, y'all all get huffy. Well, yeah, of course. I didn't have any plans after yesterday. Most of us were just waiting for me. I didn't seem right to go planning anything after you passed out. He's like, how come, God, I just imagine, oh yeah, Hakumen too. She's not exactly, yeah, honestly, Hakumen and Ophion, kind of sort of Lucifuge, but Lucifuge is probably the best of that whole trio. Hakumen and Ophion were definitely kind of terrible people. Didn't seem right to go planning anything after you passed out. After we made sure you were comfortable in bed, we just sort of sat around sharing stories. Mostly any nice memory we had of you. Damn it. Mostly any nice memory you had of you, just to try and lift the mood a little. Vincent's been on near constant lookout for that, well, who you saw in the woods. I nodded slowly, the image of Jack flashing through my head. Jesus! Run as fast as you can! My hands went to my head and I cowered in my chair. I could hear voices echoing from my skull, so I was like back in the woods. No, I'm safe. Shot my outsider, trying to block him out, but he was there. I flinched when I felt something touch my shoulder, feeling I was backed up against a tree when the knife edged to my throat. Just give up, Dave. Let whatever happens, happen. Dave! Jesus! Okay, unsurprising that getting chased by a crazy knife murderer would fuck up someone's head. Okay, is Woody Bread Man a cultural thing? Because it's fucking Gingerbread Man. I mean, we know we're pretty sure Solomon is from Eden at least. But we aren't quite sure who Solomon is yet, though. But Solomon isn't the world rep. He's the exile for all round. ToyStory.exe? What the fuck is that? I was trembling on my back on the floor, Ty holding over me steady. I was breathing hard, still reeling from the thoughts of Jack, and my eyes were damp. Ty! I sat up and clung to him, heart beating rapidly in my chest. As tightly as he held on to me, he guided me back to my feet and eased me back down into the chair so I could pick up the one I'd fallen out of. Alright, who was it? Well, me, but... Snarling, Ty Vincent Rossopo was caught by the scruff. That's enough. Didn't mean it, Tyson. Shrugging Sal off, Tyson grumbled as he threw his hands up. Fine, but give him a chance to recover first. Dude, I don't think you're gonna recover from being nearly murdered. I mean, like, nearly murdered. Like, he would be, like, fucking... This would be just a repeat of how they found Tyson if, Benson hadn't shot the gun. Facetious? Not sure if facetious is the right word, but I get what you mean. Sorry, I didn't realize I'd provoke a reaction like that so easily. He's not around, is he? It sounds again, broken by the sound of Orlando setting something down on the table. Broken out of my trance, the smell hit me immediately, causing me to rise with the sweet scent. Butter, cinnamon, maple syrup. At first I thought it was waffles before I took another breath from my nose. French toast? Oh, thought it was pancakes. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I knew you like eggs, so I must have pounced on it a little too eagerly. I was inhaling and barely saving the rich goodness as it coated my tongue. So downer, gonna choke. Second piece was midway in my mouth before I paused, looking around the others. Sorry, guess I'm just hungry? Damn, oh, good job, Oswin. Jeez. Maybe you should have let Benson shoot the gun. Maybe he would have actually hit him. I'm gonna make some more then. You know what else want any? A couple hands went up and Ty shook his head. Give whatever I have to Dave. Alright, sure. I'll be back again. I'll go make myself useful. Be back soon. Two of them wandered off towards the kitchen and I resumed shoveling food into my mouth. I had a question. For who? For Dave. Sure, what's the question? What would you like to do today? Well, I thought about it, brow furrowed. The options the mansion gave us seemed to be a fair bit, but then again, the thought of going outside was sending shivers down my spine. The only thing I had in mind, really, was talking to Oswin. He had questions for me, and I had some for him as well. I wanted to know more about what I'd found, plus where I went, what it all meant. This was his home, so he's bound to know more about what was surrounding it, right? I haven't really thought about it, just something later with Oswin, really. I see. Well, perhaps you'd best just take it easy today. Rest days are important. I need to do insides anyways. Maybe we could have another movie night as a group. I must have noticed I was frowning before I realized what I was doing. Time must have noticed I was frowning before I realized I was doing it, poking me suddenly. Stop frowning. I'm not frowning. I was just thinking. Right, well, how's movie day sound? Maybe? In reality, I didn't want to be around a bunch of people. Still felt ashamed the past few days. Wanted some time to think about what would happen next. Was I still broken? I felt better and worse at the same time, and didn't really know if that was normal. And what did you want to do? Sleep maybe, or just lay down? Ty looked at me carefully, eyes narrowing for a moment before he seemed to clue into how I was feeling. Alright. I might want to say something and then shut it again, wondering how best to approach what I wanted to talk to him about given the dream I had. Not to mention things from the past couple days. There are 30, we're apparently going to go to 30 fucking days in this route. That's a lot of resting. Not to mention things in the past couple of days. Honestly, I'm impressed. I'm a little impressed. Yeah, I'm a little impressed with this visual novel because, like, there are so many ways people can die and then just, like, drop out of the story. Like, there's, like, Sal, like, okay, like, Massacre with Sal. There's, like, an entirely different way this scenario plays out based off of who's there and who isn't. That we just aren't seeing, and like I know the back end of this. I know how much of a pain in the ass that would be to program. Just really impressive. But can I let you know later after breakfast, maybe? Oh, wait, did I not to mention thanks to the past couple days, if there's any hope of me finding out what he and Dad talked about, I have to ask him directly. That's assuming he even remembered. But can I let you know later, after breakfast maybe? I think that should be fine. Wouldn't mind watching a movie, assuming Hoss isn't using the television upstairs. Better yet, why don't we watch something together? Might find something that we both like. This is going to end up in an anime again, isn't it? The moment you find something better than anime to watch, let me know. Now, got him. You fucking got him. Eventually, we all set it in for more French toast, and I finally got myself some coffee. Something about it tasted different. Not bad different. Maybe different was just a new feeling that I was going to have to get used to. Everyone seemed intent on focusing on eating, except for Tyson, who slid his plate over to me. Didn't even seem to look at me as he did, instead fiddling with his phone as he drank his coffee. My belly full, I yawned. There's nothing like a good meal, and breakfast was a good reminder of it. Standing there in the foyer, stretched out after Orlando had offered to take my plate for me, and I looked around. For an engine's hall, it was quite big. The point it almost seemed wasteful of space. But the house I lived in was fairly open as well, so maybe it was just something I wasn't used to. Wandering over to the back door, I felt my fur tingle as I got closer. My eyes were locked on the other side of the door. I couldn't bring myself to cross the last few steps to reach the handle. Myself standing there, fiddling with my hands, my tail tucked between my legs. Not that I really wanted to go outside anyway, but there was the fear that Jack was just waiting out of sight in the trees. As I turned away from the back door, I noticed Ty lingering a bit back near the stairs, just waiting for me. Oh. Honestly. Yeah, see, that's the thing. This game has like so many different permutations, and it's honestly fucking fascinating. Because I know for a fact how much of a pain in the ass that is to program. Like, you have to write the same scene like a dozen different times, keep track of it all. Like, your labels have to be hyper-specific. I can see why he's doing it in chunks, because my god, doing this, one person doing this and like, programming all of this in one go would be a fucking nightmare. Didn't say anything to indicate he was there, instead just watching, waiting for me to say something first. I can't do it. Go outside, I mean. Did you even want to? Maybe. Probably not. I shrugged, skittering towards Tyson before I continued. I'm scared. No shit, you're scared. Don't think anyone would blame you either, pup. Cut himself off, scratching the fur on the back of his neck. What I mean is, I don't. Just don't go wandering out there without telling someone else. Don't go out there without telling me, alright? I almost lost you once. Sorry. He approached and carefully wrapped me in another hug. Brief, but after a tight squeeze, I felt a little better. Jack breaks into the house and just starts fucking stabbing people. What are you doing out here by yourself? I'm just thinking, really. I don't really know how I should be feeling, but everything feels different now. Like, not bad different or good different, but just different. Ty didn't seem to understand, instead just frowning at me as he watched in silence. What I mean is that I'm wondering if I'm still me, I guess, or what that even means after this past year and a half. Fucking. Do you know that doctor turn off my boo womp inhibitors? That's immediately what I think of. Like, doctor, turn off my cringe inhibitors. But Raiden, you don't have any cringe inhibitors. I said, what? You know, you're just always this fucking cringe, Raiden. We just put up with it. Oh. This is why you bailed before you could let me know if you're watching. No, if we're watching shit with Sal and Hoss. I blinked, having already forgotten that I'd said that. My bad? No shit. Good job to know you're slowly going back to normal. I don't think I really want to be around a bunch of people today, Ty. Feel embarrassed about after yesterday still. Turned to go and I grabbed him quickly by the arm. But, can we hang out today? Just the two of us. Yeah. Like, honestly, if MJR didn't like lean into being so fucking campy, like, if you just like take away the campiness, a lot of that game is just so fucking cringe. All right, what did you want to do? I didn't get that far, but at the very least, I had a dream last night that I want to talk to you about. What kind of dream? Not a bad one, just, I don't know. One that made me want to talk to you about stuff. He sighed, rolling his eyes. If this is about what I think it's about, then I don't really want to rehash what we already talked about. I nodded slowly, dropping my hand away. Oh yeah, that is a badass line though. When he's like, I promise to never swing my sword in hate or anger, that'd be a tool for justice. But this isn't my sword. Oh god. Yeah, honestly, I'll give you that. That line was so fucking badass. He's like, hell yeah, Blade Wolf's still cool. Blade Wolf's back. We got Sam's sword. This is gonna be this is the final boss, damn it. Why was Metal Gear Rising was so fucking good? I understand. I'll go find someone else to just hang with to keep my mind off of it. I understand. Tyson's eyes narrowed. I understand. I'll go find someone else to just hang with to keep my mind off of it. Tyson's eyes narrowed. I couldn't tell if it was because he was thinking something over or he was just suspicious if I was pulling a fast one on him. Groaning, he threw his hands up before lazily letting one arm land casually on my shoulder. Fine, we'll have the talk again, but I fucking swear, Dave, this better be the last time. I can't promise that. My reply came fast enough that it made Tyson flinch, looking at me carefully. Yeah, sometimes you just have to let yourself be weird and cringe. And it worked. There are so many things I barely understand, and sure, I could probably ask Dean or Orlando or Roswell or literally anyone smarter than me to explain them. Breathing in deep, I continued, shutting my eyes so I didn't lose my resolve and just saying what I needed to get off my chest. But they're not my family. They're not you. You're not only that, but because some of these things are directly about you, that I don't want other people about you, that I don't want what other people think when I could ask about how you feel. When I opened my eyes again, Tyson looked shell-shocked, going to say something every other second, but fumbling over what he specifically wanted to say back. Even the moment where he's just like, I was wrong about you, Senator. You're not evil. That's nice, right? And you dust him off, you're completely fucking insane. And then there's that reaction shot of Armstrong going, what? It's that part that kills me, because it's just so fucking goofy when you think about it. Like, that was framed as like a fucking cartoon gag, and I just love it. But until I understand, I'm going to keep asking you. At the very least, because you're the older brother between the two of us, right? Help me understand what's going on. The next moment, I had one of Tyson's hands around my muzzle, clamming it shut. His voice brought down low, and his gaze averted somewhat. Okay, I get it. You just don't have to make a fucking scene in the middle of the foyer. I'm surprised the whole house heard you with the echo. Ah, echo. Visual novel mention. Holy shit, is that a motherfucking echo reference? Yeah. Honestly, you have to find a fine line between taking yourself seriously and not taking yourself too seriously. Like, you have to let your characters be able to crack a joke and have fun, but also not also fall into the same problem as the MCU and make everything a joke. Let the serious moments stand out. Man. Easing off, he sighed out as I rubbed my face. Yeah. Okay, no new comments in chat. I thought there was something, but never mind. Meet me in my room in a couple minutes. I'm just gonna word up Sal and Hoss that we're watching stuff on their own for however long. That they're watching stuff on their own for however long this takes. Thanks, Ty. It's fine. Don't worry about it. See you in a bit. Okay, I know there's this whole emotional core with like fucking Tyson and Dave, but honestly, I'm still holding out for the fucking conversation with Oswin. Like, can we get to that, please? I wandered back into the dining room, but not without pausing to look at me quickly over his shoulder before disappearing out of sight. Because in the words of the visual novel author, or supposed words, rumor has it, fuck Orlando. He doesn't get to be important. He's the cook boy. Fuck Orlando. As he sorted out his plans for the day, I headed up to his room, looking around. There's part of me that didn't want to be in here, almost like it was forbidden ground to tread on. In reality, the moment my eyes fell on his bed, I whined with memories from a week ago. Oops. Nothing had happened, but they shouldn't have gotten that far. Another thing that we had to talk about at some point. By the time Ty came back, I was still awkwardly standing in the middle of the room. Gave me a funny look. He closed the door behind him and wandered past me for the bed to sit down. You coming? Good for now. What the fuck are you standing there for? You remember a week ago, right? Immediately his ears drooped. Your mood deflating. Fuck, right. We can do this in your room if you want to, or literally anywhere else if that's better. That's nice. I see some Hasamo fan art on my Tumblr dashboard. It's Halloween little Solomon wearing a fucking spooky ghost cape. Or ghost sheet, actually, but nah. The reasons are for slow. Not that it's fine, but that's just one of the things I don't understand. We'll get to that later, though. Carefully, I wandered over to the bed and sat down next to him, frowning. So I had a dream last night about you. What kind of dream? Well, it was about being back home, how things would be after we got back from this, well, vacation, I guess. What, think they'd be, like, different? Different, sure, like, maybe I'd be dating someone, maybe not. Maybe the others would be around somehow, or maybe they'd just be... Or maybe it'd just be you and me. Well, you know, I want to sort my shit out and bail too, right? I've forgotten about that, in all honesty, making me hang my head and sigh out. Please don't leave me too, Ty. If everyone leaves, then where does that leave me? Maybe you should go somewhere too? Maybe hit up the beach and have a different vacation after this one. You like the beach. I like the beach because you and Dad were there. Neither of you are around, it just wouldn't be the same, I think. Glancing at him, I notice him nodding slowly. Guess that's fair. Probably just a reminder that you're alone. Yeah, but that's not an important part, Ty. And what is? Past 2 nights, they've all been dreams of Dad, but after yesterday, the one person I wanted to see most... Felt silly for being so mushy, and I felt my ears burn and my cheeks go red under my fur. It was you, so I could hear it before I looked at him, the steady thumping of his tail against the bed. Look, you said you're not gay, I get that. And then telling me you're not sure, I get that too, but is it bad that I want to know, for you to be sure? Why not even be your type? And that's cool too, but just not knowing makes it hard for me to be able to know what's alright to say and what isn't okay, what isn't okay to do, and I thought that either. It's just very hard to do anything. Zero Escape and like the Nonary Files are 2 games I've heard of and definitely want to try at some point. I don't think I'm a Game Pass at some point because you chat, you know how I am when it comes to spending things. One of the reasons why I do very much like visual novels is that they are free. I have no idea how much I had to waffle just to spend $10 on Game Pass. Breathing in again, I felt myself getting worked up. Not in a sad way, but more in an annoyed way that made my words come closer to a bark than intended. Then we got everything going on with you and Haas, which is cool too, but I feel a little jealous that he was my friend first, but I'm also happy that you have a friend now? But then I'm worried about what happened a week ago now, and people pushing me towards Dean, and... Don't like Dean? Well, I don't love Dean, Ty. I love... With how suddenly I replied, I wasn't aware of what I was saying until I'd almost spilled the beans. You... what? Fuck, if you love someone, then damn, tell them already. Easier said than done. Yeah, that's honestly what I love about it. They know we're here for the story and don't ask and don't ask you to play the game too much. Like, you ever notice how like the events are so on rails? Like you literally can't lose some fights. They don't ask you to put in any real effort. They're like, okay, this is the event. We are giving you these characters. You'd have to actively, like, you'd have to severely fuck up to actually lose this. A few moments passed while I figured out what I wanted to say. In the spur of the moment, I could have just confessed right then and there. I loved Ty without being completely sure that was the case. But as I looked at Ty, it seemed like he already knew and was struggling to find a way out of the awkward situation I'd put us in. Then I'll tell him to back off. Wait, what? I'll tell the others to back off. I'm trying to set you up with Dean. Easy. It took a few seconds for me to understand, and I wasn't sure if Ty had missed the point or if he was conveniently giving me an out. Who the fuck is Delta? I rubbed my face, sighing out and slumping back onto the bed. Now I'm just not sure. It's not like we're at home again, laying down next to each other, just hanging out. Feet on the grass, front lawn, backyard, middle of the living room, or my bed. Ty, why can't it just be easy to fall in love with somebody and just... this whole thing sorts itself out? Life is shit like that, that's why. What? 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 What do you mean spoilers? What? No kidding. Even people that should love you don't always, and it sucks. That's why David ruled so much. Probably just call him Dad, I think. Thought made me smile, if a little misty-eyed. Probably would have been fine with it. Not until my own dad kicks the bucket, and I hope that piece of shit kills over sooner rather than later. I knew already that Ty's dad wasn't the greatest of a lot. It wasn't the greatest on a lot of fronts, but hearing him be so direct about it, about wanting him dead was a first. That's not a nice thing to say, Ty. I don't care. He'd be better off dead so he can't hurt anyone else. Don't want him even thinking of coming near you either. Was he really that bad? Like, really? Fucking, you saw the house. You saw the alcohol. First Mom ditched me with him, and then he just saw that as an excuse to make me pick up the slack and blame me for her not being around. It was almost belling out to the ceiling at this point. I was considering covering my ears. Instead, I just reached for a hand and grabbed it tightly. Seemed content to just keep ranting although he squeezed my hand back. Made a go at you when you came over. Came over, and most days he'll just work. He made a go at you when you came over, and most days he'll just work to just get paid and blow most of it to get drunk. I'd be dead if it wasn't for you. I didn't. He turned suddenly onto his side to face me, and his voice low, although there's still a notable growl in his voice. And then here I am now, even now, fucking acting like him because I don't know how to not be a shit person. I just want people to leave me alone. I don't really understand. You know damn well what I'm talking about, Dave. Our eyes met for a brief of seconds before he looked away, leaving me to puzzle it out. We almost did a week ago. It shouldn't have happened. Shouldn't have even been a thing I'd consider. Like, shit, being in your position was bad enough as it was. Rolled off suddenly. His grip on my hand eased off entirely, and he hung his head between us. I could hear him whimpering softly as he seemed to be recalling something. I was only a kid. Oh. Is this going where I think it was? Where I think it is? I did the only thing I knew, and I knew how, and sat my chin atop his head and rubbed his arm. Could even say to that. The implication was clear as day, and I feared that if I pushed more information, I'd lose what ability I had to ignore it. The time ticked by as we just lay like that, motionless. The whimpering died down, and it almost seemed like Tyson had fallen asleep until he spoke up again. Should hate me for that. It wasn't a nice thing to do to me, Ty. If I told any others, they'd be out for blood for sure. And you haven't. Because if I did, that'd be abandoning you instead of finding out why it happened. Why you treating me that way? Yeah, that fucking... Like, oh yeah, that took a... Yeah. Fuck understatement of the... I'm not even still focusing on that. Like this is like damn, like this part is just like, wait, well, I'm sorry. Whoa. It's jeez. I sifted around. I want to say it should be like a bigger emotional beat, but honestly, this entire like segment has been just one long emotional beat. Like, oh, holy shit. Oh, wow. Ty shifted around so that he can set places at atop mine, forcing his nose against my neck rather than having it raining us both so we were comfortable. Didn't think you were being serious for a few days after that, even with the gun thing, and Benson just assumed, well, you were thinking about your dad. The Benson thing was different. Losing you as well as Dad would be too much, I think. Right, but you're a fucking idiot, Dave. You stopped me from going to the woods to get shanked and head on in yourself like you forgot. Yeah, Perro's right, yeah. Yeah, that's the implication. And it's just like, oh, wow. It's just like, oh, Jesus, like, yeah, like, judging you for that last comment. Now it's my turn to whine, but instead he just shifted a hand onto my shoulder and started rubbing my back. I'm glad neither of us ended up dead, you know. Adventure, Danmachi Bridge. Isn't that? No, I'm thinking of the Dungeon Meshi. I know that manga is actually ending really soon. It might have already ended. Glad none of us ended up dead, you know? Me too. For another few moments, we just lay there until I prodded him gently in the chest. Why did you get so upset that day? I had to resort to that. Dunno, probably just because I was scared that I'd end up hurting you if I stuck around. Or maybe that I'd get jealous and take it out on someone else and you'd hate me. Oh, okay. Bye, Dungeon Meshi, you had a good run. You were beloved by the internet. Fuck thing is that if you're gonna hate me, I'd rather it be because of something I did directly to you, right? That makes sense, sure. What I don't get is why that ever crossed your mind. Did you want me to hate you or something? When I said Dungeon Meshi, I mean like delicious and dungeon. I went and saw the one thing about cooking, that adventure show about cooking with the elves. No, it's not like that. It's, He both sat up and as he stretched, looking crestfallen while he rubbed his face. Though that's the worst thing that happened to me and what I could do to you. And if you hated me, I could make a clean split and figure myself out. Then you'd not be like worried about making sure someone else was getting along with me too. That's kinda dumb, Ty. Fuck is that supposed to mean? I'd think now of all times I'd be looking to randomly hate you just because. Hell, right after I was claiming I was trying to save your life and even willing to strip down in the backyard to keep you safe? Ty, come on. If that's not evidence of how important you are to me, then I don't know what is. What anime is airing? The Dungeon Meshi anime? I'm not actually sure. My mouth suddenly felt dry. Oh wow, dude, same. Mouth suddenly felt dry, rasping out my next breath as I pulled the brakes on my next train of thought. It took me by surprise, that's for sure. Do you love me? What? You know, like, at all? Where the fuck is this coming from? I don't know, everything's complicated, and I just remember things being simpler. What am I to you, a brother? Less than that? More than that? I'm gonna level with you. I don't know. I'd like to know what this feeling is, but it's scary as hell. It's sometimes the good feeling, sometimes bad, sometimes it's just such a fucking downer that I'd rather it just not be there. Oh, look, I know what you want me to say, but I just don't want to say it. What if I don't mean it? What if it turns out you get your hopes up and I'm just like, not able to return what you feel for me? But I haven't said how I feel yet. Not exactly subtle. Plus, I kind of know how you'd say it anyway. Ty went quiet suddenly, not even sighing out. His eyes went to the floor and his tail remained deathly still. It's one of the last things David said to me anyway. What? Yeah, remember the guy talk we had for like an hour? Remember, I never did find out what it was about. Probably never will. It was just stuff I needed advice on. Is it all sorted out at least? Not really. Getting there though. But part of what David was saying, part of that was David saying shit that made me feel real uncomfortable. He just laughed it off though. What sort of things? I still started to thumb behind him again, and I had the hinting suspicion that his cheeks were red under his fur. Stupid stuff. Come on, tell me, whatever, it must have been good, right? Tail seems to think so. Standing his tail so he could hold it against his bed, he sighed out. That he loved me, that he was proud I came to ask him for advice, stuff like that. Wasn't the first time I'd done it, so it was just strange he'd say all that stuff then off times, right? That was the best. He was, yeah. Stared at each other for a few moments, just watching her, waiting for the other one to make the first move. I really am. I hope you know that. What? You really are? What? Sorry. I feel like if what happened just didn't, things would be a bit different now. Different how? Don't know. Maybe we'd have gone to the beach instead of coming here. Maybe we've made plans to move in somewhere together and have a place of our own. Is that something you still want? He shrugged and I thought it over. Well, regardless of where I go, I'll keep in mind that I have a spare bedroom ready and waiting for you if you need it. No matter whatever boyfriend I might have says. Thanks, Dave. Not pup? It feels weird to say now. You're not a kid and you're like more to me than just a pet, so fuck knows if we'll say it again. Well, do you prefer Ty or Tyson? He grumbled, mumbling something barely coherent, but I caught it all the same. I just like hearing your voice. Sounds kinda gay to me. Resting his head on his shoulders, I sighed out, feeling a little better. For me, I guess I like saying Ty or Tyson. Oh god. Again, I can only assume that like there's now like a bunch of different fucking like this changes his dialogue for Tyson. Now there's a bunch of different, we're doing a poll. Now there's a bunch of different options for like literally every time he says Ty or Tyson to decide whether or not he wants to say Ty or Ty, depending on what we answer here. Or maybe honestly, if I was doing that, I'd probably just like back off saying like his name at all. That way I would have like minimal chance to need to like input that shit. Jeebus, 86. You have 7 votes out of 15. I know y'all there. Be sure to vote. We have the powers of democracy on our side. $11. All right, we're going once, going twice. I'm about to close the polling thing, so be sure to vote. Almost 200k CC on my team. What do you mean CC? Isn't that like the fucking thing from Mario Kart? And sold to Ty. Comment hung in the air between us for a bit before I continued, wanting to explain why. Like, it's what I call you, right? A special thing for me because it's like a nickname or like a thing I'm allowed to do because we're close, right? Yeah. Sure as hell wouldn't let Hoss call me that anyway. It's his own nickname as it is. Combat class in 7 Deadly Sin. Oh. Isn't 200cc like insanely fast and it's just not like kind of a fucking like mess to be racing with everyone? Do you ever just, okay, also reading on Twitter, but do you ever just read a comment that just like, this is the biggest anime only thing I have ever fucking heard? Like, some of y'all niggas just say, like, some of y'all niggas say things and just like without the full picture, and it's just so obvious. Right. Randoms calling me that can get fucked too. I have a name. Okay, maybe dial it back a bit. My point is that I like saying Ty, but because it tells me that we're close. I only care if others call you that. I care. Calling me that is your thing. It's like how you're Dave instead of just going by David, like, well, David. It also helps keep things a little less confusing, but I get what you mean, I think. Not confusing to me, you're just you, as much as a brat as you are. Careful, Ty, otherwise I might have to find a new nickname to call you by. Yeah? Like you'd go and do that. I don't know, if I was calling you Big Dog now, maybe I can call you Little... In a flash, Ty has his arm around my head and grinding a knuckle into the spot between my ears. Okay, fine. Okay, I'm sorry. It hurts. Uncle. Hello, Vanguard 101. What was that you were about to call me? Because it better not been what I think it was. It wasn't. I'm sorry. You let me go, but not before patting the fur on my head back down. Try calling me a bitch again and see what happens. Don't tempt me. I smiled as I saw Ty shake with laughter, his spirits clearly high. It was almost contagious, and I found myself snickering alongside him as I rubbed my head. I checked the time on my phone quickly and saw that we still didn't have any reception. The thought caused me to frown, but more than I realized just how long we'd been chatting for. Hoss and Sal are probably wondering where you are. Fuck it, you're more important. Only fine until later, I just like that we talked things out. What's happening later? Oh, well, I have a few things I need to let you guys know. I never really did get around to explaining what happened, but I just... Okay, whenever people bring up cringe like that, I always remember the fucking, that one meme, which is like, oh no, cringe! And then it like fucking does that fucking yodeling. I always remember that one. I want a pity system, dude. Like, come on. Alright, I get it up. Fuck. Already, I could feel the thought of Jack and his knife starting to creep into the front of my memory. Hey, it's alright. You're safe. Yeah, I'm safe, right? I just said that. No, that's not what I meant. Something else is... Ty frowned as he watched me. I left my thought there, unsure of exactly how to explain it. Well, if you're in trouble, you better tell me. I'm not sure, at least not yet. What I mean is that, I groaned, rubbing my face. Tyson threw an arm over my shoulder and made me feel somewhat less apprehensive about the talk I need to have tonight. Come on, let's go hang out with Hoss and Sal until you're ready. Fucking Jack takes off the Tyson costume and starts attacking. That'd be fucking so... Oh, goddamn, that sounds like something from a whack-ass cartoon, but I love it. Despite the plan to head over to the rec room, we headed downstairs for a snack first, and with the idea that we'd be free to spend the rest of the afternoon without needing to take a break for lunch. Come on! This seemed to be going as well as it did for Tyson yesterday. When we arrived, we met up with the other two. We walked in on what appeared to be Hoss trying to convince Sal about something. Ah, you're here. Good. Help me convince Sal to... The moment Hoss started talking, Tal was on his way forward, quieting up with his trademark moves, putting his hand around Toss's face. Leave him alone, Top Cut. You feeling better, Dave? Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, Hasamo can be fucking cruel, y'all know that? It can be so fucking cruel. Then I'm glad. Dude, Sal said that magical girl genre and Sentai were this. They're not. Okay, I'm with Hoss on there. And I just had to correct him on it. Does it really matter that much? Hoss started making frustrated sounds, playing up how taken back he was for a moment. I recognized it from the other times he'd done it to get a rise from Orlando, but the faint smirk he flashed me when I caught his eyes knew that he wasn't being serious. Took a moment to get myself comfortable and just enjoy a moment where people around me were happy. It was nice, slowly easing back into things as if things were normal. So, what are we doing? Do we have a movie in mind, or we have options? Plenty of anime to watch. It's surprising just how many there is in that way of genre coverage. If you're rich, why not just download or buy everything you just because you can, right? I don't know. That seems kind of wasteful, doesn't it? Again, you're rich. At a certain point, it's not wasteful. Dave has a point. Unless you have a boat hidden somewhere, rich people have boats. We're on a mountain, though. They probably just have it stashed somewhere that it actually gets some use. Pretty far from the ocean, but maybe there's a lake nearby. A lake wouldn't be too bad to swim in or go fishing. That's great, no, but this isn't helping us decide what anime we're watching. We're not watching anime, Hoss. Why not? Because he said so, I'm guessing. I just kind of want to watch that one movie that... Wait, was it one movie or two? I don't know what movie he's talking about. Any ideas, Tyson? No clue. Come on, you know the one that's like with the people and they go and do things with the ring. We're watching that one. Should I go get Roswell? No, why Roswell? No, I don't think he means that one, Hoss. I don't think Dave is talking about anything with wrestling involved either. No, come on, Ty. We watched this one before. Sling expression quickly made me realize that he had absolutely no clue what I was talking about. Can I have a clue? It's not the space one? The fuck did they make a space movie with a ring in it? I thought that was a video game. No, it was there were things and God, what did they do with a ring in that movie? Volcano? Yeah, that's Lord of the Rings. I want to watch that movie. Oh, that's something like 3 movies, but that's going to eat up literally the rest of the day if we watch them all in order. Is that a problem? So long as we don't tell Dean and Orlando. They both love those movies. We could just wait until we're all ready to watch a movie together and watch them then. Fuck it. If they like those movies and they've seen them before, they can watch them in their own time. You sure that's okay? Worst case scenario, we can just blame you if they all get uppity about missing out on the movies. They had their chance. Wow, rude, but if I'm getting blamed for watching something I want to watch, then we better watch it. Alternatively, we could just watch something else. Well, it's either this or anime, so... I shall load up the anime then. We're not watching anime. I imagine they're maybe making dinner? I don't know. Oh, fuck, I didn't read that. The rest of the afternoon, we enjoyed watching movies. After the first, we took a break for snacks before getting right back into it. Then we were right back to it soon after, and before I knew it, we were done. Made our way to dinner. As I sat down, I started to worry. Would the others understand? Would I be brushed off as crazy? Dude, okay, we're aware of the magic vault in the basement. There's also a crazed knife rabbit out in the woods. Honestly, I think they'll buy anything. Just like, oh shit, so that's what's going on. God damn. We need to do more. Well, I mean, honestly, there's some. Okay, the U.S. has honestly has some great locales because honestly, like a decent chunk of the country is actually federally protected, like a crazy extent, honestly. But it's also, I think that's also like the problem is that like because it's federally protected, you can't. It's not easy to get clearance to film there. So it's just easier to go to New Zealand than like deal with like all the paperwork for that. Honestly, I'm kind of grateful for that because like entire film crew leaves a lot of waste and I'd rather that just not be there. They believed me only a little bit about what the vault had been doing, then I had a chance, but it felt so much more dire than that. I was scared for myself, for my friends, for whatever this mess we found ourselves in meant. Uh-oh, it's the Taints music. Yeah, I know the Porgs in, not The Force Awakens, not The Rise of Skywalker, The Last Jedi, are actually, puffins, but they're, like, federally protected, so they couldn't just get rid of them. They're, like, an endangered species, so they can't just remove them from the island. They had to just, like, CGI over them something. Damn. No bikes in Kamen Rider scenes. They're gonna have to get really creative in reusing footage. Looked across to Oswin, who along with Benson, ate with the rest of us. He's watching me quietly, almost waiting for me to make the first moves. I'd gotten through half of my own meal before stopping, instead playing with what remained with my spoon. Hey everyone. The moment I spoke, Oswin nodded slowly, setting his cutlery aside and mumbling something to Benson. The otter nodded back and headed into the kitchen, out of sight to do whatever it was that was asked of him. What's the matter, Dave? Are you sure not hungry? Does it taste bad? I can make you something else if you want. No, it's not that, just, I need to tell you all about something. Is it about, you know, no. All eyes turned to Oswin as he answered for me a moment after Orlando asked. It's something that led to everything that transpired a couple days ago. Cascade of issues that ultimately start with my intervention of something that I fear may yet come to pass. Well, that sounds ominous. If incredibly troubling, given what happened to Dave. I made myself smaller in my chair and let Oswin lead the conversation. He made the offer. If it saved me the task of explaining something I barely understood, I was going to let him. Wait, so the reason Dave went into the woods was because of you? In essence, yes, although that's radically overestimating my direct role in things. You're the one that said this was your fault, you know. I'm aware. I looked to Orlando, who seemed to quickly put something together, and his scales paled just enough to be noticeable. Don't tell me that thing you stopped from happening. Before you go assuming the worst, I'll tell you now that the details around what I stopped happening are unknown to me. But you just said... Specifically. You said specifically. Then you know some of the details. I do, yes. I don't have so many voices, damn it. I can't voice them all. Oswin looked at me and I looked at him back. There was a moment where I thought he was going to continue taking charge in the conversation, but it faded the longer he remained silent. The longer he didn't elaborate, the longer my friends turned to me, as that's where he was looking. I breathed in and spoke quietly, my voice quivering as I struggled to put it into words. Marked for death. Closing my eyes, I heard the phrase echoing around in my head. That's what evidently, like, Jack isn't working alone. So there's probably someone else out there, at least an organization, not an organization, at least someone who hired him. Couldn't place why or how it seemed to be echoing around, but it was, reminding me that I'd only seen what I'd seen so far. Jesus, didn't expect to see that! Tyson, mauled by something outside. Solidarity. Benson shot in the dining room. Betrayal. Dean or something was going on. Sal had an axe and was covered in blood. When I opened my eyes, I was breathing hard. But then, who could? Dave, you doing alright? Huh? How long did I zone out for? You zoned out? I looked at Oswin, who seemed to be amused by something, but I shook my head. Just, okay. Everyone knows I've been messing with the vault, right? Right. Well, after the first time, Oswin contacted me through a radio thing, right? Close enough, yes. But why? Oswin said that one of us was going to die, right? He said, what? Eyes were on Oswin again, and he seemed completely unaffected by the looks he was getting. Ugh. Dave speaks the truth, although he's not completely on the mark. Specifically, I told him that any number you are at risk, not just one of you. The fuck? From what? Or who? Oswin shrugged. You better start talking. I am. More importantly, I'm relaying what information I do know. Anything else, well, you're lying. Pardon? You do know more, but for whatever reason, you're just not saying it. You're right that I know many things, but things that are quite frankly none of your business. You can't expect them to just drop that bombshell and have them be alright with it, Oswin. My concern is not for my approval rating, but to relay the truth of what the matter is. Which I'll remind you is that your lives are in danger. Fuck it, we'll just leave then. No, we can't. What? Why the fuck not? I explained to Dave at the time that leaving would only ensure the death of one of you. Not by my hand, mind you. I gave him the choice and he decided to stay. And the phone reception being cut? Who can say? Not my doing in any case. So what, we just have to buy that? Fuck you, Dave almost died. I'm aware of that, but he didn't. Large in part to Benson. And no help from you, I'll add. Didn't he shoot the gun? And who do you think asked Benson to keep an eye out? But why me? Is Dave that much of a danger? Is Dave in that much danger? You tell me, Mr. Noble. Well, I don't want him in danger. I've been doing everything I can to try and keep him safe. Could you say the same about your father? What's he got to do with Dave's safety? I can't say I like him very much. Acquainted already, are we, Sal? We've met, but why Dave? Dave is more collateral damage waiting to happen. What Orlando's father is actually after would be the vault downstairs. Oh, so Orlando's dad is doing this. Okay. Why would a banker want that vault? There are a few confused glances around the room as I finished my own question. With no answer, I looked first to Orlando, then to Oswin. Wait, what is that what he meant? What he was after? You're going to need to be more specific than that, Dave. The guy who, he was interested in the vault, but thought it was a time machine. I saw Oswin's nostrils flare for a moment at the mention of a time machine and grunted in annoyance. It's not a time machine, but it being described that way makes it abundantly clear who sent the rabbit. What exactly is the vault? It's a bit beyond me, but it shows how you die, right? Not exactly. For the most part, how and why it works isn't important right now. The only important part is that Dave can use it, as can Orlando's father. Then fuck it, give it to the guy. Like hell, I'll let Dave put you in danger. Let you put Dave in danger just because you won't. And you're going to do what exactly? However, I'm not entirely keen on handing over a machine like that to a crime boss. Uh-oh. Okay, so Orlando's dad is a crime boss. Yeah, Orlando did use it too, but Dave has the biggest propensity for it, having already used it 3 times. Which, quite frankly, considering most people have done it none, is kind of insane. Even Tyson had to concede that giving anything to a crime syndicate wasn't a clear-cut good or bad idea. But it's not a time machine, right? What's the harm? You're an intelligent boy. You tell me what someone could do with a machine built from quantum mechanics and morphic resonance. I saw Orlando's hand eagerly shoot up around the time the sly grin came up on Roswell's face. Morphic resonance, huh? I don't get it. Someone explains what exactly it is. Well, it might not be that time machine, but a machine that could give you something like psychic powers. I myself glancing between Roswell and Oswin, while Tyson seemed to be trying to understand the explanation. Roswell. Being able to jump between different realities, stuff like that, the good stuff. That's not how it works. I noticed Orlando sheepishly putting his hand down while Oswin fumed. Roswell clearly pleased with himself. No, well, it's something close to that anyway. But essentially, imagine being able to look into a future where you might be in danger. Imagine how useful that'd be. I suppose I'm not going to get a thoroughly explained version unless I do it myself. But now is hardly the time. No, Roswell, it's not Zero Escape, but what the fuck is going on in Zero Escape? So Orlando's dad is... They're the bad guys? I'm not, I promise. He's very different from his father, from my interactions with him. So unless he's a very good liar, I'm fairly certain Orlando's heart is in the right place. Okay, so where does that leave us now? Orlando's family wants the vault, but we can't give it to him because Orlando's family wants the vault. We can't give it to him because Dave can use it. He's in trouble. But we can't give it to him because Dave can use it. He's in trouble. But on top of that, at least one of us is in danger? But not only that, we can't leave because if we do, one of us will still be in danger. Yeah, but if we make it through the end of this month, we're safe, right? That's right. My interest in seeing you through to the end of the month alive and well. I may not show it, but I do genuinely wish for you all to survive. Then what happens now? We can't contact the police after what happened. Otherwise, I'd say we should do that. If my dad is behind this, then well, I can't contact him either to tell him to stop. Would it be that easy? No, I suppose it wouldn't. In the meantime, we have Benson as a useful asset to keep us safe. I'll start shoring up what defenses I can, although they'd mostly just be keeping tabs on what doors are locked or not. Perhaps get the security system operational again. And what should we do? Stay safe, obviously. We're going to be alright for food. What if the worst happens? It wouldn't come to that. It wouldn't come to that, would it? It may, but you don't live in isolation like this without stockpiling a little bit. As far as food stores, we should need to ration for long while even with 9 of us present. The size of release were all around, but we were left more unsure of where to go next. Oh man, it sucks to have to rewatch something because you weren't paying attention. Like when you're trying to read a book, I have to read the same page a bunch. I sat back in my chair and sighed out. I was out It was out in the open now, and it felt good for everyone seemed to have context for what I'd been going through lately. I don't get it. Roswell's speaking caught me off guard, looking over to see him thinking hard about something. Dave can even use the vault, that's fine, but how he's been using it for so far doesn't feel very efficient? Or at least the system itself seems flawed. How do you mean? Think back to when we were in the vault when we came back from the hedge maze, right? You had your notebook and we're trying to open it, right? That's just it. There's two things wrong there. The first is that there's a door, so there has to be something inside. If so, then what? And if Orlando's dad wants it because it's a time machine, then does he not know what it looks like? Or that there's a door? Why isn't he after what's inside? Hey now, we don't even know what's inside is valuable, do we? Eyes went to Oswin and he seemed distracted by something, having missed the implied question. Oswin, what's inside the vault? He gave me a careful stare, one that seemed to be thinking still about whatever it was that had been distracting him. I'm not at liberty to say. And so what's inside is what's inside the vault dangerous? Valuable at least to a crime syndicate? Does someone smart enough what's contained inside could do a great deal of harm or a great deal of good, depending. I don't have faith that Orlando's father would be the one to do good, willing or otherwise, with whatever he found inside. And we can't just open it and destroy whatever's inside either. That solved one problem at least. I had considered it, but no. Destroying it would ultimately do more harm than good. Of that, you can be sure. Okay, right. Roswell scratched his head before he continued. Then there's a second thing, right? And what would that be? If Dave can use the vault, then what's stopping him from just grabbing a dictionary and brute forcing options with every word enlisted in it? Surely find something that would work, right? Perhaps, but think about how many words there may be. Think about how long that would take to type each one of them individually. As a separate issue to that, there's been some developments on the back end that puzzle me still. Like how there are passwords that work when you didn't program in. Correct. There shouldn't be anything that slips by me as far as anyone using it, but the window of opportunity to program something in and delete the entry after you've seen it would be near impossible. Actually, it's literally impossible. Excuse me. You said it works on morphic resonance. If we're looking at this as a pseudoscientific principle instead of a work of science fiction, then anything that's coming across is not even in this timeline. You'll do well to forget about different timelines, boy. Fine, different iterations of the universe then. But this only supports my suggestion that if Dave really wanted to, he could brute force passwords. Is that really possible? I'd do it if it meant keeping people safe. I can't deny the possibility, but there's a problem in Roswell's reasoning. Not as far as I can tell. Then allow me to explain. The vault won't show you your own death like Sal assumed. And in fact, it's literally incapable of showing your own death. I mean, slow and inefficient, but do we have any other choice? And if we're in danger, Dave could just tell us and use that information to keep him safe in turn, right? Unless he's never in a position to witness those events on other timelines. The moment you create a scenario that is forced to come to pass on every further instance of the universe, you're dooming any potential alternatives you might be looking for. So I just won't go punching in words. Easy. But if you don't, how are you going to know who's in danger? It's worked at least twice so far, so it's a decision that Dave will need to make for himself. If anything, him not seeing anything is a good sign for the time being. Damn. No, not the morality, just like the effectiveness. Like, yeah, you could punch in passwords, but at the same time, you're fucking around with timelines, meaning those timelines never come to pass, kind of nullifying the password, and it's just a whole thing. Like, so far, like, there's a chance we could just end up rendering, like, all those passwords moot by, like, trying to force them. So the only, like, actual effective way to, like, so the only way we have to, like, effectively let the machine do its job is to just let it continue as is. Oswald went back to his meal a moment later, deciding that he was done talking, a moment later rising from the table. Much in the same way, everyone else started eating again, although the air was filled with uncertainty. Finished up eating and took my plate into the kitchen not long after that. While the talk was nice, there was still more to come, and I was eager to get that done sooner rather than later. I headed upstairs, figuring I'd make a beeline for the library. What I didn't expect was Oswald to already be there. So, now's a good time to talk, right? Are you sure that's wise, all things considered? That talk from earlier is likely still sending waves through your friends. It's sending waves through me. We're only halfway through the month, and now we only have 2 solid weeks of wondering if we're in danger. True enough, I suppose. You remain near the window, looking out into the garden and the frost forest beyond. Is something out there? No, at least nothing I can see. I was reflecting on how this was... Damn it. I was reflecting on how this was where I saw things happen on my way back to the lab. You were here? You were here, and then you, I tried to shoot the rabbit, yes. Thinking about him made me tremble, but wandering over to the window, I could see no sign of white fur breaking the deep black of the shadows beyond the trees. If you want to have your chat now, we can. Here, or in the lab? Do we have any need for that level of privacy? The library would suffice if absolutely needed, but I don't think we do. My brow furrowed, I tried to think, barely registering him walk past me to shut the door. Take a seat, Dave, if you don't mind. I'll be going first with my questions. You'll be free to ask as you wish when I'm done. Alright. Excellent. Now explain to me how you come to find a viral sample in a syringe. Was it from your lab? Answer the question first. His stare was as intense as his tone, like a father scolding a misbehaving child. When I went out into the woods, I stopped by the river and found it nearby. It was exactly as you returned it. As far as I know, I didn't use it, if that's what you're worried about. He reached over and checked my head with his hand. No fever. Good. His hand lingered though, and just looking at him told me his attention was elsewhere, staring off to somewhere far away. Oswin? Oh, yes, very good. I wouldn't think you'd have any reason to inject yourself with what was in that bottle anyway. What was in that bottle anyway? I still have questions. Wait your turn. Fine, what's next then? Did you see anyone else out there, or just who you ran into? Just him. And you're sure no one else? Positive. He scratched his chin, sighing out. I'd hazard to think there might be others, but it's hard to say. Who we're dealing with isn't exactly bright. Sure, it's a good idea to make fun of someone like that. I said it to his face, and I'd say it again. He only cares about his money and guns. Just a much larger child, really, spoiled rotten by what I assume was a life of luxury and poor parenting. Right, okay. What? Well, I don't have kids, but I turned out alright, didn't I? So how hard could it be? I don't think I quite get what you're implying, Dave. Trust that I have some experience in non-conventional upbringings, given the estate. Yeah, I thought Dave was going to say pot meets kettle to that, but yeah. Any other questions, before it's my turn? How far into the woods did you go? I found an old watermill, went inside while trying to avoid him when he was following me the first time. He tensed up but stayed quiet, waiting a few moments. Took my chance to ask a question when he didn't respond with anything else. Why? Why what? You know what? Why do you care about the mill? It's a dangerous place with a lot of very old, shall we say, fickle machinery. Long since abandoned. Sure, but what does it matter that I found it or not? Is something there? No, but it does mark the farthest boundaries of the mountain. If you went the other way downstream, you'd likely hit a sheer cliff. Sure. What about the vial? What specifically about it? Was it one of yours? What was in it? With a sigh, Osmond adjusted his glasses and looked around the room. I'm not certain of the first. Second, however, I can confirm is what's on the label. Okay, but what is it? More importantly, why are you being vague? I'm not being vague. I'm answering your questions, am I not? You're like half answering them at best, and it's annoying. Fine. While the vial did say cryptococcal meningitis, the truth is that's more of a straight sample of Cryptococcus neformans, which is the relevant part is that it's a type of fungus. Among other things it can cause, well, the label says, a form of meningitis. Which means it's one of yours. I had to run some tests, but it would appear that way. Same with the syringe? Correct. Was there anything else? Who took it, do you think? Pardon? Well, I figure that someone must have snuck in here and taken it, right? Then used it out in the woods. It was the first time I saw Oswald at a loss for words. He quickly shifted into thinking mode, as if he wasn't in the room anymore. Oswald? He ignored me, stroking his beard, shifting between bewilderment, frustration, anger, and finally ending on something that looked like sadness, if only for a moment. Something I just realized. Realized what? Just that whoever snuck in must have been very good at infiltration. It's hard to get by Benson and myself in that area of the house undetected. And Roswell? What about Roswell? Well, he was out in the woods. Could have been him that took it, or maybe someone injected him with it? That's not possible, Dave. There's something about how he said that didn't sit right with me. Almost like he didn't believe the words that came out of his mouth. Why isn't it possible? Roswell's smart, he could have found a way in, or Jack could have jabbed him with a needle while he was sleeping, or... First off, boy, injecting yourself with that sample would have had a very dire effect on your immune system. Something you'd barely be able to recover from at all, let alone in a couple of days like Roswell did. Make no mistake, I'm talking an infection in the body that is quite literally fatal if left unchecked, and something no mere doctor could cure just overnight. Except for you. You had a lab downstairs and everything. You could just make a cure, right? Medicine is not magic. Well, I have quite a few potent things down there. I'm sure you realize now, knowing what that sample was, curing something that potent is a lot harder than inflicting it. So where does that leave us? It means that your suspect on a whole is a lot. Means that your suspect on who stole it is as baseless as any guess I can make at the moment. As for who injected it, that is yet to be seen. As for who was injected, that is yet to be seen. Roswell doesn't show any symptoms. He rightfully should after a potential week of being injected. In fact, none of your friends do. Leaving us with the only logical conclusion that no one currently in the house has. I grumbled, not satisfied with the answer. He was right, or at the very least, everything he said made sense, but something in my gut was telling me that I'd forgotten something important. Not only that, but we had no motive as to who would sneak in and steal a bottle of that, of all things. Okay, fine. Any other questions, boy? Is there anything we can do about the phone reception? Alas, no. Granted, contacting the authorities might help. I feel that given a certain someone's involvement, they won't do us much good. So I'm still asserting that surviving the month is the best way forward. Bunch of prototype vaults? That would be, fucking... it was dark, so maybe Dave just didn't see it, because, I feel like that's something Dave would notice, a bunch of vaults. For you? For everyone. Unless you have any other ideas, I'm all ears. Grumbling, I tried to think of an alternative. I don't know. It's not the most ideal of circumstances, is it? No, it's just so frustrating. I looked to him and he seemed curious, staying quiet so I could continue. Why us? Why me? This is all just so... unfair? Right. Well, regrettably, life is sometimes just like that. You may choose to wallow in how unfair this is, or do something about it. I'll tell you, I don't plan on doing any dying anytime soon. And if you do, then I hope that me dying brings something of value to the rest of you, something of value for the rest of you to survive. There are a few things worth dying for, Dave. Don't go throwing your life away on some noble quest to be a hero. Yet you're hoping there's something to gain from you dying. What happened to you surviving? I don't plan on dying, nor do I want to die. I'm just stating the fact that if it becomes absolutely necessary, I've already made my peace long before any of you arrived here. Yeah, we're going to finish this one scene real quick, I promise. I see. Didn't know what else to say, fidgeting on the spot while Oswin continued to watch me. Felt like I hadn't gotten anywhere, but maybe it was just something that I had to think about some more. Fucking hell. Chat, I want to get to voicing that fucking brand new animal vid, but god damn it, my throat is fucking killing me. And I'm more aware of it right now because a YouTuber I watched, the duologues, I think, lost his voice fucking last week. So, ugh. Yeah, he hasn't mentioned that phone call. There are clues here, but I didn't know how to piece them together, or what they meant. Would it be best to ask Roswell for help? Orlando? Maybe someone like Salardine could get a different perspective? I figured Tyson and Haas wouldn't be much help outside of trying to make me feel better, but that's not what I needed right now. Okay, well, I guess just one step at a time. Agreed. He rose from his spot, and I followed suit. Went the passage to the library, and then watched me carefully. Rest well, Dave. See you in the morning. One last thing before you go. Thanatos, right? What about him? I know he's well, but can we trust him? Would it be worth asking him for his opinion on this? Why? He's someone else that has an idea of what's going on, right? It's possible he may have some insights, but you trust him as much as you trust everyone else. What makes you say that? Well, he did play a part in distracting you long enough that I could sneak up behind you. I growled, baring my teeth. My hand went to the spot on my neck where he injected me, but he seemed to watch unfazed by how I was reacting. It'd be worth considering, but the talking rat is something, well, not many people would just accept at face value. I guess you're right, but he's not staying a secret forever. Of course not, but until I can be sure he's not going to incite panic, in the lab he'll stay. With that, he slowly closed the bookcase behind him and disappeared out of sight. I sighed, running my hands through my fur and wandering back over to the window. The night seemed calm and quiet, but I found myself scanning the shadows for any flash of light out of worry. What if he was out there just waiting for me again? What would he do what would he do to the others if they went outside as well? As I continued to watch from the darkness, I could see the shadows moving. Nothing white in stark contrast to the dark, but there was something moving out there. I stopped for a second while I checked for wind and saw the tree swaying. Maybe it was just the wind, maybe it was the wildlife, which made me think that if it wasn't the worst case scenario, I backed away from the window and headed to my room. I absconded with a sigh. I was looking up, right? We're making progress with everyone knowing stuff and getting some answers things were looking up, right? We're making progress with everyone knowing stuff, and I was getting some answers to as much as it was draining. If anything, though, I wish I had the capacity to just figure it all out. So many things were just missing, and I didn't know how these all puzzle pieces were meant to fit together. It was a good thing I wasn't a detective. It had been a long day, so I stared at my bed as if it were my old friend, ready to lay down and black out for a bit, but something felt off. A little throb somewhere in the back of my head was hinting at something was wrong. But if something had happened up until this point without any indication, I knew I should at least try to do something about it. What? That was bad. That was happening to me. It was the only thing getting me towards. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. And when my foot hit the bottom step, I froze, feeling the ground itself vibrate. Deep rumbling from the sound of large explosions. A deep rumbling before the sound of a large explosion sounded from somewhere far off. Going to a railing, I looked around frantic, to see if the roof was coming down on us. The next thing I heard was everyone rushing to the foyer to see what had happened. Okay, this is where we're gonna have to stop. Chat. Goddamn. What a place to fucking stop. Holy shit. It was rat time. Like, goddamn. I did save, right? Yeah. Holy hell. The game has been good for a while, but man, now that we're like knee deep in like the actual plot of itself, I'm really appreciating it. Why is that fucking chat box is being weird, but whatever. Oh yeah, the shaped charges. I remember that now. Yes, I did. We're fucking stopping it there. Yes. There's an explosion. God damn, this game's so good. Oh, man. I don't know. Goof, boy. So what did you think of the game so far, chat? Because holy shit. I know, like we were in the middle of that conversation with Oz and I didn't want to stop, and then I heard that music and it was all weird and I was like, oh, something's happening. So I kept going and then boom. I know. It was a very good game. I gotta check out all the other routes at some point. I was not expecting explosions either. I could tell that, like, I thought it was like, oh, fuck, are we going to, I was kind of like, oh, fuck, am I going to need to input something into the vault again? Because that's going to because that's going to add like another 10 minutes to stream as I figure that shit out. But yeah, this game is very good, but I do have to go. I'm not sure. Honestly, I might just finish. My hand also hurts like hell because I've been writing that script out. I've been working on that brand new animal. I've been laying the groundwork for that brand new animal video for so long, and like I'm trying to get the script all nice and good, and then there's voicing it. But man, it's just a bunch. But that's just the problem I'll deal with in like what 10, 20 minutes. Oh yeah, please do not help me try finding passwords blind. I am too stupid for that. I think we all know I'm too stupid for that. But anyway, thanks for being here, Bud, Choron, Peril, Law, Gilded Archer, The Good Old Days, Solar Knight, Jose ASR, MK, Anon. Anyone else? That's all the names I can see, so, oof. I kind of really want to just say fuck it and continue streaming passwords Saturday, because, like, not that Saturday. In Vanguard 101. Continue streaming password, because this game is huge, and I do want to, like, oh god, how many like, password streams have there been? Like, hang on, let me check something real quick. I want to, like, count how many times I fucking counted, like, how many times I've just streamed this fucking game. Like, okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, this is... Yeah, this is like the longest stream I've done. Yeah, other streams only go up to like 5. I did not more than 2 streams. So like there's 1, 2, 3, 4 streams. The randomizer is, oh wow, I forgot how long I did those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Black Side was 2. Caesar Side Fashionista was 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I really need to go. Okay? I'm getting just super fucking distracted, all right? But anyway, thank you all for being here. As always, there's a link to the Ko-fi and Patreon in the description. Thank you for watching, and as always, this show's Fuuri signing out. Bye! Wait, where the hell's the end stream? The end stream button was gone for a second, but whatever, we're good.